Good evening. I'd like to call to order, please, this public hearing of the Board of Trustees for HCISD held on March the 8th. We're beginning at 5 p.m. Okay, we're going to be moving, just give me one moment, please. Yeah. Okay, we got to get the right sheets here. Okie dokie. Here we go. And the subjects to be discussed or considered, upon which any formal action may be taken are the ones that are listed below. And so I do call this meeting to order, as you know, and we will move forward right now to go into our internal audit quarterly report presented by Ms. Nellie Ledesma.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Fleurier. And good afternoon, Dr. Neola, Ms. Reininger, and other senior administration. In your binder, you will find an internal audit quarterly report consisting of the following 12 audit reports. An audit of bus and vehicle shop parts, a special activity fund audit for Lamar Elementary, a special activity fund audit for Treasure Hills Elementary, a special activity fund audit for Travis Elementary, special activity fund audit for Zavala Elementary, an audit of compensatory time, an audit of bid files, an audit of state compliance of limited English proficient student records, an audit of state compliance of special education eligibility, an audit of state compliance of at-risk coding procedures and student eligibility, an audit of state compliance of career and technical education student eligibility, and an audit of state compliance of college, career, and military readiness, CCMR, student classification. And we haven't met all year, so that's why we have so many audits, and of course we have some others that are pending that will be reported at the next reporting.
So you've been very busy, Ms.
So I'm going to recap the audit. I don't think y'all received these audits this past weekend, so I'm just going to recap the audits by going over some key points. But if y'all want to elaborate on anything or ask some questions, feel free to do so at any time. The first audit report is an audit of bus and vehicle shop parts. This audit was conducted to determine compliance with established HCISD transportation parts and shop processes and procedures, and to ascertain that existing internal controls are sufficient to provide reasonable assurance that bus and vehicle shop parts are properly stored, issued, and accounted for, and transactions are properly calculated, authorized, and recorded. Our scope was we ran all transactions to object code 6319, supplies for maintenance and operations, and sub-object codes 564, which are tires, 565 vehicle repair parts, and 566 other vehicle parts. We randomly selected 2 POs and 19 direct pays, which were paid on 10 vendor checks. The following attributes were tested on the sample transactions selected. Is where we reviewed the purchase orders to ensure the bus and vehicle parts were appropriately ordered, properly authorized, and marked as received. We verified the account code. We traced the items to the work orders and noted whether the part was for shop stock, inventory, or for a particular bus or vehicle. And then we verified that work orders were authorized, signed, and indicated a bus or vehicle number. I'm glad to report that there were no findings, and I conclude that I commend the staff at the Transportation Department's parts shop for the strong internal controls they carry out to ensure transportation parts and shop processes and procedures are adhered to.
Excellent.
Any questions on this audit? The next 4 reports are special activity fund audits at 4 campuses. A special audit is required to be conducted when there is a change in principal or secretary. There was a change in principal at Lamar Elementary and Zavala Elementary, and this was over the summer. and a change in secretary at Treasure Hills and Travis Elementary. There were no findings noted, and activity fund policies and procedures were adhered to, and the monthly financial reports reviewed were reasonably correct. The full audit reports are there in your binder for your reference. And as you can see, Lamar Elementary maintained a total of $11,270.60 at June 24, 21, and they were serving 491 students. For Treasure Hills Elementary, they had 794 students, and they maintained a balance of $28,806. For Travis Elementary, they served 278 students, and they had an audited total of $18,029. And then for Zavala Elementary, they served 292 students as of October 5th, 2021, when the change in principal occurred, and they had an audited total of $27,688. And like I said, there were no findings for any of these campuses. Everyone's following their procedures, activity fund procedures, and everything seems to be going good at those campuses. The next audit is an audit of compensatory time. The purpose of this audit is to review non-exempt employee comp time earned and end of the year accrued balances to ensure compliance with district's policies and procedures. From the 815 non-exempt employees, we selected all employees with comp time balances of more than 60 hours on the dates listed there. And it was June 30th, July 1st, 2020, February 4th, 2021, March 24th, 2021, July 1st, 2021, November 9th, 2021, December 10th, 2021. And the reason we kept on reviewing is because we just wanted to make sure that, you know, some employees had over 60 hours and if they would decrease by the next time that we reviewed it. So some of the procedures that we followed are listed there. And the following attributes were tested. We want to determine whether employee comp time earned and accrued does not exceed 60 hours. If employee has a balance of more than 60 hours of comp time, did the employee use the time by June 30th of that year as per policy? Was accrued comp time over 60 hours on June 30th paid to the employee? And we did have a finding, and that was that there were several employees who accrued beyond the maximum limit of 60 hours comp time on the dates reviewed. These employees not only accrued the excess comp time, but the accrued comp time was not paid to the employee within the duty year in which it was earned, as stated in policy DAB local. Our recommendation is that administrators need to monitor the comp time accrued by their non-exempt staff and require the employee to use the comp time within the duty year in which it was earned. Any unused comp time remaining at the end of the duty year shall be paid to the employee. The response by the business office is that the business office will continue to audit, surveil, and assist the campuses and departments in maintaining their staff's accrual balances within policy limits. According to DAB local, we will pay any unused balances. My conclusion is that based on the work performed on the district's compensatory time, the finding listed in this report was the only one that came to my attention. I commend the Director of Payroll for monitoring compensatory time for the district, which involves reviewing monthly reports and continuously contacting the respective campus or department administrator regarding employees' accrual balances. Administrators need to monitor their employees' compensatory time and ensure time is taken within the year in which it was earned, especially when their balance approaches 60 hours. If the time cannot be taken without disrupting the operations of the district, the time earned needs to be paid to the employee.
Madam Chair, may I ask one question?
Certainly.
Just a clarification, it's the compensatory time that is paid is not just that over the 60 hours, it's any unused time,
Right.
is that right? Okay.
According to policy, that's what
Thank you,
it says.
thank you.
Any balance at the end of the at the end of the year.
Very good.
Any questions on that audit? Okay, so the next 7 audit reports were conducted to assist the external auditors in the financial audit of the district. The external auditors relied on the work performed on these audits in their assessments of the district's internal controls in these areas. And of course, the financial audit has already been presented, so these are some of the audits that they asked us to help them with so that they can utilize in their work too. The first audit is the audit of bid files. The purpose of this audit is to test compliance with local, state, and federal procurement requirements in the bid process. The selection, the external auditors chose a total of 25 vendors and the related purchase orders who were paid more than $50,000 to test for bid compliance and required state, local, and federal procurement requirements for the 2021 school year. Some of the procedures that we followed are listed there, and I'm happy to report that there were no findings. And I conclude that Harlingen ISD is in compliance with local, state, and federal procurement requirements. The next audit is the audit of state compliance of limited English proficient student records. Our audit objective was to ensure the district is in compliance with established limited English proficient state guidelines and requirements, and that the LPAC appropriately specified bilingual services for the students reported. The selection was the 2021 cumulative enrollment was 18,753 students, of which 2,691 students were coded as limited English proficient. From this population, a sample of 2 LEP students were randomly chosen by the external auditors. Internal audit expanded the sample to 14 by selecting 12 additional students coded as LEP and visiting the respective 3 campuses to audit the students' CUME folders. We just felt that 2 was very little, so we just expanded it. The procedures that we followed are listed there, and I'm happy to announce that there are no findings. And based on the audit procedures performed on the LEP student records selected, there were no exceptions noted. Student folders had all the required documentation on file, and information was organized and complete. Any questions on that audit? The next audit is the audit of state compliance of special education eligibility. Special education student files were audited to determine the Audit Committee appropriately determined eligibility for students receiving services and ensure that state compliance requirements are being met. The cumulative enrollment for 2021 was 18,753 students, of which 2,395 students were coded as special education. From this population, a sample of 18 special ed students were randomly chosen. The procedures followed and the attributes tested are listed there, and I'm happy to report that there were no findings. Overall, the district has procedures in place that are adhered to and comply with state guidelines. In addition, the Audit Committee appropriately determined eligibility of special education services for the special education students selected for audit. Any questions on that audit? The next one is an audit of state compliance of at-risk coding procedures and student eligibility. The objective of this audit was to ensure students were appropriately classified by meeting at least one criteria of the at-risk program student eligibility requirements. The selection is that from a student enrollment of 17,882 as per the PEAMS Fall Collection resubmission report, 9,518 students were coded at risk. A sample of 11 at-risk students were randomly chosen by the external auditors. The procedures and the at-risk attributes are listed there. There's 15 at-risk attributes, which were tested to determine if eligibility requirements were appropriately specified. And I'm happy to report that there were no findings. And overall, students were appropriately classified by meeting at least one criteria of the at-risk program, student eligibility requirements. And the district is in compliance with PEIMS at-risk policies, procedures, and regulatory student eligibility requirements. The next audit is an audit of state compliance of career and technical education student eligibility. The audit objective was to ensure the district is in compliance with established career and technical education state guidelines and requirements, and CTE students were enrolled in certified CTE courses during the school year. Our selection was from a refined ADA of 18,753 students. 5,791 students were coded as CTE. From this population, a sample of 8 CTE students were randomly chosen. The procedures and the attributes that we tested are listed there, and I'm happy to report that there are no findings. Overall, there is a reasonable assurance that the district is in compliance with established career and technical education state guidelines, and the CTE student eligibility was appropriately specified for the students reviewed. Any questions on that audit? And our last audit is the audit of state compliance of college, career, and military, which is CCMR, military readiness student classification. Our audit objective is to ensure that students were appropriately classified by meeting at least one out of the 10 CCMR indicators comprised from each of the domains. Our selection was 12 students that were identified as having met CCMR were randomly selected to verify they were appropriately identified. The procedures and some of the attributes from the 10 domains the indicators are listed there for your review. They're broken down into college ready, career ready, and military ready. And I'm happy to report that there were no findings. And overall, the students identified as meeting at least one indicator of the CCMR required components are true and correct, and the district is in compliance with CCMR policies, procedures, and student eligibility requirements. Any questions?
Madam President, may I ask just an overarching question? So this isn't just about this last one, it's just a methodology question. When you're selecting your sample. And I'm trying to look, and of course, I'm not seeing it right now, but I noted on the last one, it was a random sample. It may be on all of them, I forgot to look at that as you were going through.
Yeah, they're all random.
They're all random sample, okay. So how do you determine the number of people that you randomly
So
sample?
these audits were actually done to assist the external auditors. So they're the ones who chose them. And so I don't know what what methodology they were using.
Okay.
But this is, because some of them, like I told you, one of them was just 2 students, and we're like, okay, if we're going to go out there and look at folders and disrupt and bother people, might as well look at more.
Right.
So we decided to expand them. So this is all they wanted to see.
Okay.
So on some of these, they had their reasoning for, and usually they go back to prior audits, and, the school district has been pretty good with our policies and procedures and
absolutely.
internal controls. So, our risk assessment is low, and so I
So
think
they
that.
need the minimum, maybe, I see.
Right, yes.
That makes sense. Anyway, no
Yeah, and they're all
criticism,
different.
just a question.
Right, and they're all different because of the programs, and how many students are in each
Yeah,
one.
usually there's a sample size of about 30, and if there's some issues with that sample size, then the auditors expand that sample size to feel more comfortable in their recommendation and their process.
Thank you.
Yeah, but, we had no problems, and we really do have, administration does a great job. It all comes down to having good policies and procedures, and then the training is very important. And then a lot of these departments actually do their own little mini audits, which kind of helps too, because they're actually always looking at the information, and if there's any problems, they either train or just try and get them to correct it before the PEIMS submission dates.
That is the marker of an effective system.
Yes.
Right.
Congratulations.
So Nellie, I do want to call on Dr. Noyola for her comments, but I must say that I'm not sure there have been very many other times that we have had such a large number and of varied audits that you have done with absolutely no findings anywhere. So kudos to Dr. Noyola and all of her staff. And
business
Mr. Cavazos,
office.
all of you, and also thank you so much for your diligence in looking at all of this. It is a sign of an effective district. So this is impressive. This may be a first. It's kind of close, right, Julio, for this many audits?
So, I think one of the things is, having an internal auditor's presence, that they can go out to the campuses and department, that itself goes a long way. So we appreciate, that effort from that department.
Yeah, there's times when we go out to a campus, and by the time we go to the next one, they've already been told, the phone calls are going around, they're going around, alert. I'm like, wow.
Right. Dr.
They
Noyola.
left their office.
Well, and Nellie does notify at the beginning of the year, if you'll remember, Nellie does, shares with us the list of everybody that's going to be audited, and they
Right.
know,
Yeah.
staff knows that there's an audit coming. I think to the credit of the staff, even before Nellie shows up, they've done their own audits
Yes.
along the way. And so I reiterate what Julio said, accountability is important. And so that accountability has really raised the standards for all of our staff,
Right.
and I remember a time when we weren't here.
Right.
But just the work that Nellie has done
Right.
and that accountability piece has really elevated the expectations across our entire district. And so our people are stepping up, and to your point, Doc, it's that's one of those big signs of an effective system is when people are monitoring themselves without necessarily the expectation that Nellie may show up that year or not. And so, that's just a credit to our staff.
Well, and how well informed.
And I
and
just
all
want
are,
to
how
thank
well
Nina too,
educated.
because she's
Yes.
always there to just make sure that we're a team, and we just go out there and, and if we do find something, because it's not perfect, and there's so many things that have happened with COVID and short staff and all that. But, we just, okay, what's going on? Do y'all need more help? How can we help you? How can we better it? That's the main goal, is just to make things better.
Absolutely.
And find out what the problem is. But
And that's a really good point. In the last several years, things have been very different.
Yes.
And yet still, this
And yet
level of
still-
excellence just keeps going up and up and up. So
Right.
kudos, congratulations, and thank you very much. Is there
Thank
any
you.
further business to come before the committee? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Thank
Okay,
you very
great.
much, Ms. Nellie. Thank you.
Bravo.
I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Board of Trustees of the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District being held on this date of March the 8th, 2022, beginning at 5:50 p.m. in our HCISD Administration Building. So, this meeting is called to order. I do declare, in fact, that we have a quorum, and we will move now to agenda item number 3, which is 2020-2021 Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPER, and be presented by our own Delia M. Garcia. Welcome, Delia, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Neola, members of the board, senior team, and audience. Presented for you today is our TEA Texas Academic Performance Report for 2020-2021 school year. The TAPER, as it's known, provides much of the information to all schools and districts across the state of Texas on the performance of our students in several areas. Much of the information you'll see here during our public hearing comprises information that has been shared with the board previously during committee meetings, through administrative updates, through board presentations. This public hearing simply formalizes the process to widely disseminate the report and publish it out to schools as well as on our website. So some of the information covered here are just some of the table of contents located in the report. This is our TAPER report. So it is a 3-ring binder containing all the information for the campuses in our district as well as the district level. In front of you, you do have this abridged version of the official pocket edition. So this is a very abridged version of what's in the contents in that binder. So our accountability to the community is centered around our vision, mission, and goals. And our districts and our campuses are currently addressing these key area performances of our students through our district and campus improvement plans. Those are also posted on our district's website so that you could see some of the areas that the focused areas that our campuses and our districts are identifying in our aim to increase student performance. So our annual report there, according to Texas Education Code, it does require each district to publish an annual report. And within that release of that annual report, we do have 90 calendar days to have a public hearing. Within those 2 weeks, as of today, we are required to, again, post that on our district website, as well as make it available at the campuses for parents who do not have readily access available to the internet. We do have this paper version of that. But again, it does sit on our district and campus websites, the performance of our campuses and district level. Here are a few of the items that you see, some of the main topics. Again, we're just going to go over a few of the topics of the reports that are located in the binder, but it does have the TAPER. We'll cover a little snippet of the financial standard report, performance objectives, information on Texas higher education. So this TAPER, as we know it, it is compiled again by TEA for every district and campus across the state, and it is grounded on 2 main elements, data elements. Our PEIMS information, which again is a lot of the student information that we submit to TEA, demographics, course completion records, as well as our student assessment data from STAR to TALPAS to other state level assessment data. The TAPER is published in 2 different formats. It is published online through TEA. They do have a little robust reporting system when you go online to see, again, any school or district across the state of Texas. And we do have the PDF version, which again is located in our binder here. So when you look at our Texas Academic Performance Report, the community will see the district's name or the campus name on top of the report, the accountability rating for 2021. Due to COVID, TEA did take a pause on the accountability ratings, and as such, every school and district across the state of Texas was labeled with a not rated declared state of disaster label. You'll see our special education determination status noted there, and our special ed department director and the team are currently addressing those areas, working jointly with TEA. So when you look at A through F system, even though the state did take a pause on the A through F accountability ratings, there was data available this past year. And this past year, our district, we did have students working from home, doing remote, and then we had some students attending here on site. But nonetheless, there was data available in several areas. And so online system, you get to see, and included in the report, you get to see some of the data and the performance of our students. However, TEA did not scale these scores, nor did they apply an A through F letter rating. Because of the pause on the A through F accountability system, no distinction designations were awarded, right? We get the gold stars. Campuses were accustomed to earning some gold stars with the performance in several areas, the reading, the math, attendance. That was not available due to the pause on the A through F accountability system, and that is for all schools and districts across the state of Texas. The taper, these are some quick highlights of some of the items located in the report. Again, you'll see some state performance information in there, information on attendance, dropout rates, student information in terms of demographics, retention class size information, staff information. You'll have some budget information there as well, in addition to CCMR and graduation rates. This is just a quick slide to share some of the information with STAR as it relates to the taper report. The taper report does provide more detailed data in terms of the performance of our students at different grade levels for each of the subject areas that they took the assessment in. This is going to be critical moving forward on the performance of students. There's a lot of initiatives here in the district. MAP and understanding student growth is a huge component so that we could address those areas of need for our students moving forward. That data can greatly help guide our work as we look to address these key performance outcomes. Also included in the report is, again, information on student demographics. We always have a side-by-side comparison on how we are as a district compared to the performance of the region, one area, and the state ratings. So when you look at the demographics for economically disadvantaged, at-risk population, as well as some of the program information there, our data has been consistent over time, plus or minus tenths of a point or tenths of a percent every year, even given the mobility of students in and out. But you'll see the percent of our economically disadvantaged at 79.4, alongside the region and the state percentages. So those are all listed again in the report by campus and at the district level. We cannot say the word financial and budget without thinking of all the great work that Mr. Julio Cavazos and his team do with our accountability ratings, financial ratings. I know he's earned several accolades with the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, as well as certificates of achievement in financial reporting. Included in the taper report and this public hearing, this binder, is information, again, with the district on the expenditures per student. So that is outlined in the binder report on revenues, expenditures, disbursements, tax rates, and fund balance. So all that's a lot of transparency with the community on how we focus and fund our allocations for students for instructional purposes. So that's located in the report. Accreditation status is extremely important for charters and public schools to operate in Texas. In fact, they must be accredited to operate as a public school in the state of Texas. The accreditation status is based on the academic and accountability ratings and financial ratings from the first. Given, again, the pause with the A through F accountability system, we did not have a rating for this particular year or last. And consequently, TEA did take a pause on that as well and not issue any accreditation status for districts across the state due to the pause in the A through F, because you do need those two elements for accreditation status.
Madam President, point of order. Public hearing, does that mean public hearing like it typically means in Texas? Or is that just a euphemism?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lozano, I'm sorry, I did not hear what you said. Excuse me, please.
Well, the context of this presentation is public hearing, is that correct?
That's correct. This is a meeting for the public hearing.
Typically, just speaking as a Hick lawyer, public hearing means that the public is entitled to address the issues that are presented. Is that correct?
There will be a time afterwards, Mr. Lozano, when the public may do
That was
so.
the point of order I was trying to,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please proceed.
As required by law, the district adopts a student code of conduct that prohibits certain behaviors and defines standards and acceptable behavior for both on and off campus for our students. And so each campus, and of course at the district level, we do have our student code of conduct. In this TAPER report, we do publish the violent or criminal incidences noted there. You'll see the number of offenses over the total number of students in the district, and then for a campus incident rate of 0.02%. This particular number has decreased year over year by double-digit numbers, and so we're now at 4 listed there as a district. Another item that is included in the report is information on how our students do in post-secondary institutions. So this data here, and of course in the binder, is from our graduates from school year 2020 and their first year enrollment in a post-secondary institution. So the report here is available again on our website, and it's also available through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Information there for all the campuses in the state of Texas, and they're also included in the binder. You'll see there some of the student numbers that enrolled from that class of 2020 into post-secondary. Please keep in mind that these students, while some may have attended a post-secondary institution outside the state of Texas, those aren't listed here. These are only for graduates within the state of Texas that enrolled in a post-secondary institution within Texas. Did want to just bring this to the attention. There's 2 line items at the very bottom of this that says non-trackable and not found. So just for clarity here, the not trackable are essentially those students that have a state-assigned temporary number in our district, and it's the Texas Higher Education Board cannot tie these students with their enrollment at post-secondary institution because they don't have a social security number or a unique identifier such to track these kids. The not found students could potentially be those students that either did not enroll in a post-secondary institution or enrolled in a post-secondary institution outside the state of Texas. So I did want to just provide clarity with those two line items. This is the same data, except we kind of just broke it down for each of our comprehensive schools here and our specialty schools on what that looks like in terms of students attending these different universities and institutions in the state of Texas. So you'll see some granular information. You'll get to see a little more information when you look at the report online, the full report online, or located in this binder. Again, same information for class of 2020 and their performance or their attendance at post-secondary institution. Alongside that information and understanding how many of our students attend in post-secondary institutions in the state of Texas, our annual report also shows and indicates the performance of our students once they're in these post-secondary institutions, their GPA for their first year in public higher education in Texas. So again, a little more granular in the report that's located online and in our binder here, but it'll show their GPAs, how many students achieved less than a 2.0 all the way to greater than 3.5 GPA. So again, very granular with the performance of our students in 4-year, 2-year institutions, and independent college and universities there by high school. So you'll also be able to see that information for other schools outside of the Harlingen School District. And so for the community, they are able to access these particular TAPER reports, again, for any school or district in the state of Texas by visiting that particular website there at the Texas Education Agency. They'll also find our particular reports on our HCISD website under data governance, and then as well in our campus offices or libraries, which is this particular binder. We'll start disseminating that effective tomorrow, so that it's made available to community members who don't readily have access to the internet. they'll have this binder as well. So there's 3 different areas that the community could look and dissect the data more if they wish to. And so there's just a last slide there on the resources and availability of the report, again speaking to dissemination of this report within 2 weeks after this public hearing, and then paper copies, this binder being made available at the campus. And I
Thank you
believe that
very much.
concludes our presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Delia. Before we open to the public, I'd like to ask if the board members have any questions of the presenter at this time. Okay, thank you very much, Delia. We appreciate it. We appreciate the abundance of specificity, and we are very pleased with where the district stands at this juncture in COVID and COVID recovery. To the point of the gentleman in the audience, if there is any comment or question pertaining to the information that has been presented, that is what we certainly would be more than happy to entertain at this time. If there are questions or comments related to another topic, that would come under the format of the regular school board meeting for which the speaker would have to have signed in. So yes, sir, Mr. Lozano, and welcome.
Thank you, and I understood what you said. Regarding the star, it said 35, is that correct? On the, what you put on there? 35. Well, yeah, it says 35. My question is, that was the rating that Harlingen CSID got. Is that based on 50 or 100? What is the maximum number you can get, or is the maximum number 35?
So Dr. Noyola and our presenter Delia would be the ones that would respond to that
All right.
question.
So, Mr. Rosa, I'm just going to make sure that Mrs. Garcia knows exactly which 35 you're referring to.
For
So-
star, I think it's STAAR.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm just wondering which slide in particular. That way she can provide whatever clarity you may be requesting.
Yes, he's referencing the STAR performance on the accountability data summary. So it is a 35, and that 35 is an aggregate of the approaches, meets, and masters. Those are 3 different levels in the accountability system. But that 35 is not necessarily a percent, it's a component score. That TA is not scaling for a letter grade at this time, but it is based on the average of the approaches, meets, and masters.
I didn't
in
say
STAR.
anything about a letter grade, and I think you're going to be able to understand what I say. You still haven't answered the relevant and pertinent question. What is the highest component you can reach? Is 35 the maximum in Loudon, Texas?
No, sir.
What's the highest then in Loudon, Texas?
That would be out of I want to say it's about a 6.
About?
No, I'm sorry, sir. I can go ahead and get that information for you at this point.
See,
but it is-
you're supposed to be an elected school board of the general area of Harlingen and several areas beyond that. I understand that. But you're left in the dark. She has no clue what the maximum could be. And yet you phrase automatically that she's done a detailed report. I differ with that context. And there are other areas whereby one of the school board members is missing tonight, but I think Greg was at one of the events that occurred just prior to the election last Tuesday night. And invariably, candidates were saying, oh, we don't need stars, because that is a test that is given on one day at one particular time. Well, obviously, it's going to have to be held at some point, so it is on a certain day. But I differ with that, because I'm sure there's exceptions. If somebody's got COVID or something, they might be able to take it on another day. What they were suggesting is that star is worthless. But what kind of integrity does Harlingen really have? The reason I use the term hick right now is if we're going to become a hamlet, that we're just trying to see how our students compare with fellow Harlingenite type students. What about if they have to go to LA or Chicago? I was at Starbase yesterday, and I was impressed with some of the work that's going on at Starbase here in Cameron County. And the fellow that owns that particular enterprise, the last 2 nights, probably had more tweet followers across the nation, to the point that the President of the United States had to address the issue he brought up Sunday. So all I'm trying to tell you is the way things are going right now with some of the candidacies, you're trying to just say, well, Harlingen is better than San Benito or Brownsville. But what if the whole county, what if the whole county is not that good? That's the basis of some of these standardized tests. You need to compare every now and then to find out if you're getting jettisoned by Chicago or Houston or somewhere else, because they believe that their students need good training. So I would hope you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Yes, some people may not test well during standardized tests, but that doesn't mean you're going to scourge every standardized test because it's a fashionable thing to do. You all have to show some courage, and you all have to try to suggest to the public that there's a reason students are going to be competitive, because they're not going to compete all the time with just Harlingen. This is a very mobile society, and if you're competing against prepared students in other states or other parts of the world, as Mr. Musk wants, he's going to hire the people that are competent. He's willing to spend a lot of money because he's got a lot of money, but he wants quality for that. So I'm hoping you all can learn and find out what criteria we're going by, because tonight you're not getting that. Thank you.
So I did want to clarify that the 35 on that accountability summary, it is a component score. It's not a scaled score, but it is on a scale of 100. Now, you do have to scale that for the accountability system. The 35 that he's referencing is a component. It's not a scaled score. TEA does have their scaling tools that reference what a component score references in terms of a scaled score, and then consequently a letter grade. But that is out of 100 scale score. So I did want to clarify that, differences between the component and the scaled score.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Lozano. Board members, do we have any questions or comments? If not, I declare this public hearing is adjourned. Thank you very much. I would like to call this meeting to order, please. This is a regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District, and it is being held on March the 8th, 2022, beginning at 6:35 in the evening in our lovely Harlingen CISD Administration Building. You are ever so welcome. We are delighted that each one of you is here. At this time, I would like to announce that we do in fact have a quorum. Several of our board members have communicated with us that they are delayed in their arrivals, but they're on their way. But in fact, we do have a quorum. Would you please join us for a moment of silence? Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to call on Brianna Vela Garcia to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, Mrs. Fourier, board members, Dr. Noel, administration, and audience. Tonight's pledge will be led by Fernando Reyes, a fifth grader at Bowie Elementary.
Welcome, Fernando.
Fernando is actively involved on his campus. This year, he has been a member of the Bowie News Team, Robotics, Bowie Elementary School Student Council. He's also participated in this year's Battle of the Books team, where he placed first in oral reading and second in number sense. Next year, Fernando plans to attend Vela Middle School. After he graduates from our HCISD schools, he plans to attend Texas A&M University and pursue a degree in mechanical engineering. He wants to one day work at SpaceX. And now the name Fernando Reyes may sound familiar to you. Joining us in the audience is his father, who's the principal at Harlingen High School South, Fernando Reyes. So ladies and gentlemen, Fernando Reyes.
Thank you.
Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Fernando. And we're super proud to have a member of your family with us tonight, and it's going to be so much fun to watch your career as you go through our schools. We are delighted that you're here and congratulate you on your success. That battle of the books is tricky. That's hard stuff. So if you're doing well with that, that tells us an awful lot. Congratulations, and thanks again for joining us. At this time, we go to our really wonderful, wonderful part of the agenda, our awards and recognitions. Agenda item number 2A is recognition of district and regional Battle of the Books winners, and it'll be presented by Dr. Veronica Carton. Dr. Veronica Carton, congratulations, Dr. Veronica Carton. So they did a double
My whole
take.
face turning red, but thank you.
Whoa,
Thank you.
Congratulations. It's been a journey. Congratulations.
It has. Madam President, board members, Dr. Noyola, senior team, and audience, I am really excited to be able to present and recognize our Battle of the Books winners for this year. So this year, we had our 5th annual Battle of the Books. Seems like just yesterday, that was just a concept that we were talking about. And here we are, so many years later, still celebrating Battle of the Books. So at the beginning of the year, our students that are on the teams get 4 books to read. And let me tell you, it's not like picture books. They are pretty intense. So anyway, so they get the 4 books. Region 1 approves those for us. They share the titles with us, and then we start looking at putting together our teams. And so in February, our teams competed via Zoom. Very exciting. And while they were on Zoom, they had the opportunity to complete their quizzes all about the books that they had. And their quizzes are 70 questions long. So it is very impressive. And if you've never been to a Battle of the Books, it's almost like Jeopardy, but on steroids. Really, really exciting. So anyway, one of the things that we love about Battle of the Books is that does it not only bring students together on a team, but it also instills a love for reading and just the competition around Battle of the Books. It's always an exciting time in our year. So this evening, we are here to recognize our teams who were our district champions. And so as I call their names, I'm going to have them come up here. I believe Dr. Neola and Mrs. Fleurier, if you want to join us down here, that would be appropriate for now, while we get ready to announce our Battle of the Books winners this year. So first of all, I'm going to start with our elementary district winners, and they are from Lee Means Fine Arts Academy. Principal, Mrs. Almaraz, Melissa Almaraz, and their sponsor is our library media specialist, Mrs. Selma Ramirez. Huge, huge congratulations to you. Students, clap. And students, as I call your name, please make your way up here. Joshua Puente. And parents, feel free to come up and snap a photo if you'd like. Next, we have Marisa Molina. Next is Madeline Gonzalez. And next, Kayea Lopez. She wasn't able to join us, but we'll give her a huge round of applause. Next, we're going to move on to high school. Oh, there's our sponsor, Ms. Ramirez. Thank you for all you've done for this team. Sure. No problem. You want the board to come down?
Board of Trustees, can you all come forward for a photo?
And I believe our principal is also around. There she is. There you are. Hop on in. Got it?
Okay, everybody, look at this camera first. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, okay. Other cameras.
Sure. One last round of applause. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to our high school district winner. They are from Harlingen School of Health Professions. Their sponsor is Mrs. Ali Cornejo. Students, as I call your name, please make your way up. We have Jesse Rodriguez. Next, we have Danielle Paguinto. Next, Jacqueline Ladawan. And next, Annette Garcia. And here comes our sponsor, Mrs. Cornejo. Round of applause for her and our principal, Tina Garza. Board, if you'll join us down here for a quick photo with our School of Health Professions team.
All right. Yep, looks great. Everyone look here first.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right.
Other camera.
And then we're going to round out this round of recognitions with our STEM Square Preparatory Academy. And let me tell you, they're not only the district champs, they also went on to win regional champs. So huge, huge congratulations to this team. Their sponsor is one of our great teachers, Brittany Johnson at STEM Square Preparatory Academy. We will begin with Teresa Shields. There's Mrs. Johnson. Next, Sophia Jimenez. Next, Cassandra Banda. She may look familiar, Dr. Noyola. Isn't that our sideline reporter? Yes. And last but certainly not least, Eliana Huerta. While we're preparing for our picture with our board, I want to just recognize a very special lady that makes all of this possible, our coordinator for library services, Mrs. Mireya Galvan. Board, if you'll join us for our photo with our STEM Square Preparatory Academy. Mrs. Brandenburg.
first.
Board members, we would love to hear your comments because we know that you've got some exciting thoughts. Dr. Reiniger, you want to begin?
I do. First off, just my incredible congratulations. The amount of, not only the time to read the books, but then to prepare, and then to compete, and then to do as well as you did at all of these levels is truly remarkable. Thank you so much for your excitement about reading. The more you talk about it and the more you spread the word about that, you're influencing so many. There is nothing more powerful than that, right? Than reading and learning and sharing the love of that. So congratulations. Thank you for representing our district so well and for what you get to put on your resume and brag about for the rest of your life. We're so glad for that. Congratulations.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Hines?
I too just want to add my congratulations to all the students, especially the teachers, the coaches, Ms. Galvan back there who puts all this together for our students here in the district. You know, the learning never ends in a classroom inside those four walls. It continues outside the four walls. And this is one of those examples where the reading and the learning never stops, and it's just an effort into educating the whole child. So thank you all for your efforts. To the students, congratulations. Your hard work pays off, and you represent us well all the time, and we look forward to your success in our school district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hines. Mr. Powers?
Well, I want to also congratulate you. I think reading is probably the biggest asset you can have to learning and achieving your dreams. I really do. There's so many people in history that really did not get a formal education, but had a great love and a passion for reading and became extremely successful because it opened so many doors and windows. And thank you for competing and representing our district. Thank you for making us look so good. I mean, this is really an achievement on your behalf and great for your resume, like you said. And I hope that you will compete again next year. I mean, I'm just so amazed at what we can do in this district and the talent that we have. And congratulations again, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mayala, you have a comment?
So I just want to congratulate our students here this evening. You know, I think going in, when somebody first goes in to say, yes, I want to be part of Battle of the Books, and then they share with you what it's all going to entail, all those books, all that reading, all those hours. And so that our students chose to take on that challenge, that just speaks a lot to what you consider important, what your talents are, all those things that you will take forward with you as you continue in school, as you continue to grow, as you continue to learn. So I just want to share just how proud I am of all of our students, those here tonight, and really every student that took on the challenge of participating in the Battle of the Books. And so looking forward to what may come after regionals with STEM Square. Just a huge congratulations to all of you on that endeavor. Thank you all.
Super proud. We're just so proud of our students all the time. But, you know, we need to stop and recognize that, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this is the first time that we've ever had regional winners on this particular contest. Lots of regional winners on others, but this is first. And so we're super, super extra proud of you. And the other thing we must comment on is that, to Mr. Power's point, it is the STEM Squared Academy science, technology, engineering, math, and medicine, which is winning the Reading Award. So kudos, kiddos, you're well-rounded. We appreciate that so much. Congratulations. Thank you very much, and we continue this extraordinary opportunity for us to honor all state musicians. Ms. Hofflinger, are you here with us, please? Absolutely remarkable what you all are achieving on the state and national level in music.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good evening, Mrs. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, and audience. Tonight, we are recognizing 5 outstanding HCISD music students that have achieved the highest of honors a music student can achieve in Texas, being selected to the TMEA All-State Musicians. Nearly 70,000 students from across the state participated in the all-region process this year, and only 2% are selected to the all-state ensembles. They recently performed at the TMEA Clinic and Convention in San Antonio, and I can personally say that each of their performances was truly inspired. Watching them collaborate with musicians from across the state and working with prominent conductors from colleges across the country was simply incredible. And the performances were at the highest level of excellence. I know we have proud family members in the audience tonight that are joining our students. And these family members heard the first squeak and squawk in 6th grade when these students started, and the first sounds of their voice when they were beginning to sing. They heard them singing from they were little teeny tiny children. So family members, if you are in the audience, if you would please stand and be recognized as well. They know the amount of hours that their child has put in and dedicated to this craft. We also have our directors. I think every head director and every assistant director has come to support these students. So directors, if you would please stand and show your support as well. Mrs. Flourier and Dr. Noyola, I'd like to invite you to come forward for photos with our students. Students, as I call your name, please come up to the front for your photo, and parents, if you're family members, if you would like to take photos, feel free as well. So representing the HHS band, we have our own Ben Hasso on tenor saxophone. Come on up, Ben. Ben was in the All-State Jazz Ensemble 1 on his tenor saxophone. Good job. Also from HHS, from the choir, Cadence Carpio. Cadence competed as Alto 1. She performed in the All-State Mixed Choir and is a 4-year All-State musician. Also representing the, in a moment. Also representing HHS choirs, Amelia Bautista. She competed as soprano 2 and performed in the All-State Treble Choir. Next is Daniel Hernandez from South Band. Daniel competed in trombone and performed in the All-State Symphonic Band, is a 3-year All-State musician. And last, we have Isaiah Gonzalez, also representing the South Band. Isaiah is a percussionist and was in the first inaugural All-State 6A Percussion Ensemble this past year.
And 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, students. We are so, so proud of all that you have done. Now I'd like to invite our Board of Trustees down to come forward for a group photo with our students.
Okay, everybody look here first.
All right, ready? And 1, 2, 3.
And any other cameras?
1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, students. We're so proud of you.
So best in the state of Texas, and it's a big state. Wow, that's just super. To Ms. Hoffman's comment, you know, when they were little, did you ever dream, parents and families, where they would be today? It's just extraordinary, and that's the gift that we board members get to see every month, month in and month out, what you families are doing, what you've accomplished. Thank you. So board members, anyone wish to make a comment? Mr. Hymish, you want to start right now?
Sure. Earlier, Ms. Hofflinger mentioned the band, choir directors, instructors. I want to thank you all for the effort you guys put in on a daily basis to work with our students and get them to where they're at. And students, congratulations. It's not a small feat. Like Ms. Fleury said, it's a big state. It's a huge state, and you're the best. So congratulations. We're very proud of you.
Yay. Dr. Reiniger?
Right, congratulations. It just strikes me that it's such a balance of, the gift of a talent, but then the dedication to craft that talent and then putting it in the hands, right, of the expert instructors. And look what happened, right? Just absolutely incredible to be in the top 2% of the state, to be selected, to be honored, some of you 4 years in a row. And then the diversity, right? We've got voice, we've got different instruments. Really just incredibly impressive. Thank you so much to all of you, the families, the students, and our wonderful staff for making this possible. Keep up the great work. The beauty of learning that type of dedication to your craft is that it doesn't just stop with that one gift you've been given, but you can make it translate to so many things in your life. So we just know you're going to be tremendously successful in all you set out to do. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Dr. Noyola, leader of the team of this group of
Right.
excellent students.
So as a former middle school principal, somebody mentioned it earlier, I think Mrs. Hofflinger did. I went to many 6th grade band and choir and orchestra performances. And so just to see where our students are at, that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because we have instructors that give of their time, much more than the time that's concentrated within the school day. There's hours and hours that go into supporting our students, and so I want to thank you all for that. Our students didn't just get here by accident. It was through all of those efforts and time that you dedicated to them. And students, you know, there's a lot of people that are born with talent. They just have a gift for music. But it doesn't stay that way. You need to work at it to get to this level. And so I want to congratulate you for all of that work and time that you invested outside of the school day as well. So this is a talent and a gift that you will have for the rest of your life. It's something that you can always turn to, and you know, everybody talks about the gift of music and what it does for a person. And so you have something that you will now take with you for the rest of your life, and that was through your choice. And I'm just so proud of your accomplishments. I can't wait to see what your future holds, because I know amongst all of you, there will be a future band director, there will be a future music director. And so, so excited at the opportunity that some of you will have to pass this gift on to others. Congratulations to y'all.
I would just like to add, once again, my congratulations, and to say what a joy it was recently to have the extraordinary opportunity of watching the performances of our one-act play groups from both Harlingen High School South and from the Cardinal campus. And guess what the topic of the Cardinal campus play was? Amadeus. And, you know, I've thought of that so much as you all were coming up tonight. The level of excellence to which you are exposed in this district is extraordinary. The plays that we saw, which both won and are on their way to by district. The extraordinary talent those students showed was exceptional. But I'm thinking about music in particular. You know, I've gone back and reread several encyclopedia articles about Mozart since that play. And to Dr. Noyola's point, yes, indeed, born a gifted genius, without a doubt. And yet how hard he worked to get to where he was. So that even the great giant of music himself, Celerio, had to say, at the end of the play, you know, he was the genius, not I. So you have immersed yourselves into a world of beauty and to a world of excellence, and it will help define the rest of your lives. We are so super proud of all of you. And teachers, absolutely, above and beyond the rooftops you go. So thank you very, very much. We're super proud of you all in HCISD. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And it just keeps going on and on, because here's a new one, Ms. Hofflinger, recognition of, get this, please, friends, Maestro Award, national winner. Thank you, Kara.
Good evening again, Ms.
Whoa.
President, board members, Dr. Nail, administration, and audience. Tonight, we're also excited to announce that the Vela Middle School Jazz 1, under the direction of Ms. Erica Uribe, has been selected as the 2021 Maestro Award national winner in the Youth Jazz category. The Global Initiative of Talented Students, or GIFTS, in collaboration with Perform America, selected Vela Jazz from recordings from across the nation and have awarded the Medal of Distinction we have here today, along with a specialized clinic to Ms. Uribe and her students of the Vela Jazz Ensemble. So we would like to invite Ms. Flourier and Dr. Nayola to come forward and join Ms. Uribe for a photo and a congratulations. So congratulations,
wow.
Ms. Uribe and Vela Jazz 1.
Audience, may I ask a favor? Would you all please stand for this one? We need to recognize.
I think we got the, yeah.
Thank you.
Great, and now I'd like to invite the school board, and I know Ms. Uribe would say she can't do this by herself, the Vela band staff, Desi Limon and Estela Moana-Smith, and her campus administration, Mr. Garcia, and any others to come forward for a group photo.
Everyone look here first.
3, 2, 1. Perfect, all right.
Well, super, wow. Extraordinary, extraordinary. So tonight we have not only local winners, we have district winners, we have state winners, and now we have a national award winner. Congratulations, 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 Vela. You've been knocking it out of the park all across the state of Texas for several years now, but this one surprised me, Alicia. I didn't know this was coming, Dr. Noyola. So board members, would anyone wish to comment on this?
I would, thank you, Madam President, and my sincerest congratulations to Ms. Uribe and the whole Vela Jazz Ensemble. You know, we've been blessed over the years to hear Vela perform, and you know, I always think, oh my gosh, they are really good, right? It's just, it's incredible to see your group perform. But of course, I'm no judge, right? I don't really know. I just know I really enjoy it, and I think, how in the world are they in middle school and doing this? And so it's just incredible to see that. I am so thrilled to have you all recognized at the national level for that level of talent. It just is, it's truly amazing. And if you have not heard the performance or the performances, and I know like you've reloaded and you've got another stable coming through, right? It will continue. You need to hear it, because when you, the squeaks and the squawks that happen in middle school to somehow transform it into this national award is remarkable. I don't, there's no other way to say it. Congratulations. Thank you for what you do. Thank you to your whole team. I know you're so gracious and you always recognize everybody, and the students and the parents who have to, you know, support and do it through such enthusiasm, and the barbecue play, you know, whatever, barbecue sales. And I mean, it takes an army and a concerted effort. I'm going on and on because I'm super proud. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other board members wish to speak? Or Dr., oh, I'm sorry. Eladia, I couldn't tell. Did you say yes? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Dr. Noyola, please.
So just as a former principal at one time at Vela Middle School, and having had the opportunity to work with Mrs. Uribe and Mrs. Moana-Smith and Mr. Limon, seeing day in and day out the work that they put in every single day, You know, jazz was not really at one time a part of middle school. We had our band programming, and that's what we offered all our students. But, you know, for Ms. Zuriba and the entire team to say we want to add this extra dimension to our band program and offer a jazz opportunity for kids, that just speaks to them and their willingness to do for kids, because they didn't have to, but they chose to. And now look at the level of success that our Vela students are having, but it also has triggered the rest of our school district, the rest of our middle schools to move into that arena. And so, Eric, I want to thank you for your initiative and what you've done, not only for the kids at Vela, but really our entire school district in promoting jazz at the middle school level. So thank you.
Yay, thank you. We're going to run out of wall space pretty soon. And speaking of, for those of us who have had the privilege of being in our fabulous natatorium, they've got an awful lot of awards up there too, but another one is coming. And so at this time, let's see it. We would like for Miss Sandra Flynn to come forward, please, and talk to us about our swimming awards.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Board, Dr. Noyola, Administration, and guests. I'm so excited to be up here yet again in March to brag about the great things going on at the pool and the amazing things that our swimmers are doing. You know, the last 2 years it was, you know, our kids are showing up, our coaches are showing up, and look how great they did. Well, it just gets better. So I'm excited to talk about our coaches and our kids and the great parents that we have that support them every day. I get to talk about South and Harlingen High tonight. And I want to recognize our two coaches, if y'all will stand real quick. Coach Castaneda, coaches South. Coach Oresti is at Harlingen High School. And I want you to know, and I know you know this, but very few sports actually train together every day in a tight environment, right? They split the pool, they split the locker room. They do a lot of things together, and these kids grow a bond, not just as a Hawk or a Cardinal, but they're HCISD swimmers, and that's with the leadership of those coaches. And so I want to brag on Coach Castaneda was published this year in the Texas High School Coaches Association magazine, statewide magazine for water polo. I think this is his 6th year here to take swimmers to state. And so we're super proud of him and the leadership that he shows. And then Coach Oresti, you know, we challenged him. He's been in Brownsville a long time. He lives there. He coaches a club team there. I'm like, dude, we got to, you know, we've got all these little swimmers and they need to see our high school coaches vested in our program and build a pipeline. And he left a position at Brownsville Aquatics and joined over here on our SEAL team. And he's growing the pipeline, getting kids to love being in the pool and love swimming. And so these guys start their day super early, you know, 6:45 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, and sometimes they're there till 7 o'clock at night every day. So that's why I get to come up and tell you about these great things. So I'm super proud of them. So I want to start, Harlingen High School South sent 3 swimmers to state this year. Wow. The great news is from both campuses, they're all young. And so they're not seniors and graduating. They get to come back. So I want their parents to stand when they stand and come up and they're recognized, and we'll certainly take pictures. The first swimmer I'd like to recognize is a 10th grader. Her name is Mia Gonzalez. And I know I come up every year and I'm like, remember, they go through district and there are thousands of swimmers and they go through regionals, and then to get to state, you can come up, you can stand right here. And there's only the top 2 that get to go to state in Austin, so it's a big deal. 50 freestyle, fastest race in the pool right here. So we're super excited. This next race is a tough one that I never wanted to swim, but this is a 9th grader. His name is Isaac Oviedo. So 500 freestyle. I know, Isaac, come on up. Yep. 500 free, that's 20 lengths, okay? Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, gosh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. 500 freestyle. 9th grade, going to state. We expect to see him here again. And then our final representative from South is Frank Pimentel. Frank, come on up. Frank is an 11th grader, so we're glad he's coming back. He qualified in the 100 backstroke with a very fast time, super impressed. ROTC, and he was also our HCIC Athlete of the Month, and he was awarded with that today. So super proud. Thank you. So we'll take some pictures, and then we'll have Coach Castaneda come up and join the kids. Absolutely, yes. Awesome. Awesome. Board members, if you'll join our group.
Okay, everybody look here for the first photo. 1, 2, 3. Any family photos?
Thank you. They went. In Austin. Yeah. I'd also like the parents of these swimmers to stand if they would, if the parents are in the audience. Thank you. We have a great group of parents. It's just building and building. They work the concessions, they work the gate. It's a family environment there. So super excited to present. We think it's been over 25 years since Harlingen High School has sent a swimmer to the state meet.
Wow.
So it's working. The pipeline is working, okay? So I can't tell you, I've never seen Coach Rodesky more excited than after that regional meet that these two ladies were going on to the state meet. So I'll do it right this time. Dr. Noyola and Mrs. Fourier, if you would like to join us for pictures. The first swimmer is Elise Hernandez. She's in 10th grade. And her race is that ever so tough one, the 500 freestyle. So we've got some distance swimmers in our midst. right?
Let him jingle.
This next one, this is really neat. I think you're all going to love this. So our next swimmer that qualified for state is a freshman, so she's got more years to go. She swam the 200 freestyle, and that morning that the teams were leaving for state, South left at 9, but Harlingen High had to leave a little later because Giovanna Piryami was becoming an American citizen. So. Yeah. And look how tall. Hello. It's fabulous. Right. And still growing.
Love it. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you. While the other board members will join us for some pictures. So when they went through the checkpoint, she could say, yes, I'm an American citizen. I'm like, no, it's different when you go and they ask you, yes, I am. There you go.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Any family photos?
I'd also like to recognize the parents that are in the audience of our swimmers. So. Thank you, guys. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity, and it was exciting just to be here tonight to see all the A's represented, the academics, the arts, and athletics.
Absolutely.
It's remarkable, so thank you.
Wow, Sandra, you do know how to hit a home run. That's extraordinary. What a human interest story. We are thrilled. We are thrilled. Welcome to America, and welcome to HCISD. We're super proud. Board members, would anyone like to speak? Yes, sir.
I don't even know where to start.
Right.
How long has this program been? We built the pool when, in 2011 or 12?
No, we're about year 8.
I mean, this program, I'm so proud of you all for what you've accomplished and what you've done for the district and putting the district on the map. I mean, this is incredible. We didn't have a program like this 8 years ago, and it's amazing what we've done and with the talent that, there's so much talent in this district that we just need to let you all have a chance to grow and give you the opportunities, and that's what our job is. And it's just incredible, the achievements that you've reached. But, you know, every program has to have a basis of strong leadership. And Sandra, I compliment you, and coaches, you all have done a remarkable job, because these kids wouldn't be there without your support and your leadership in training these kids, because it's amazing that that many people went to state out of our school district. And the other thing that I'm so impressed with is, you know, we want to involve our community in our schools. And that's why we think we have a very successful school district. And, you know, you were talking about the parents and how you all are involved with these kids. And that is also a part of your children's success, is your involvement with them and your involvement in this program. I mean, the fact that these kids are in freshmen, sophomores, juniors, I mean, and, of course, guys, the bar's a little higher now. We're going to be expecting you next year. And bringing back more medals. But thank you and congratulations again.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Madam
Hymas?
President, I want to, everything Greg said, I'll reiterate, but I want to add this to the students. It's unfortunate, it's a reality sometimes that other sports get more headlines, where in the Valley, high school football gets the headlines, every other sport. But I want these swimmers to understand that we are just as proud of you for representing us as we are any other student athlete in this school district. The way you guys go out and work on a daily basis at the pool with your coaches, and the effort that you put in doesn't go unnoticed. And we're extremely proud of the way you represent us, not just in the Valley, in the region, but at the state level. So thank you for your hard work, and we definitely look forward to more medals, as Greg said, and we look forward to more success. So thank you all, and congratulations.
Dr. Pettis?
Just a quick point. I agree with everything that's been said. I do want to point out, this may be unpopular to say here, but in a neighboring school district in FAR, only because it's in conjunction with UTRGV, there's a rather large FAR natatorium there. I say that all because they will be having tournaments there, collegiate tournaments there. And in fact, the WAC commissioner has already reached out to Dr. Bailey, the president of UTRGV, and says, hey, we'd like to have a tournament there. And so this is a big deal. So swimming is, it's just reached a bigger level of competition here in the Rio Grande Valley. And I'm so proud that our Harlingen best and brightest and our amazing athletes are sort of right in there in that sort of discussion and in that space. And so we're really excited for you. Can't wait to see what you do, not only in the swimming pool, but also academically and your careers. And so keep shining, and we're proud of you.
You bet. Thank you, Dr. Noyola.
So just really quick, we talk about a pipeline. And so I'm super excited at the work that we're doing with our second graders. There's been many times that I've gone out to the aquatic center, and I see Hector and Coach Udesti out with the little ones. So they are prepping their pipeline as early as second grade, and I know that they're scouting already at that age. But I can't wait to see. So we're in 8 years. I can't wait to see what the future holds when our pipeline is starting as early as second grade. So super excited. Coaches, thank you for amazing work. Students, congratulations. You continue to make us proud day in and day out. And I'm just super excited at your success now and what I know will be success in the future. Congratulations to y'all.
Congratulations. That's wonderful. We believe that one of the reasons that we have the success that we do in HCISD is because of our partnerships. And we always go back to the fact that our very strongest and first partnership is with our parents. So we want to say thank you again, as always, to the Parent-Teacher Student Association, which has for decades sponsored the following awards and recognitions. And so that's our Students of the Month for March, and that would be led for us, please, by Brianna Vela Garcia. Thank you, PTSA.
Good evening, Mrs. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, audience. This evening, I will be recognizing our March PTSA Students of the Month. Yes, we're already in March recognizing our students. We only have 2 more months after this. Our students this evening represent the PTSAs of Harlingen High School South, Harlingen Collegiate High School, and Harlingen School of Health Professions. We hope you enjoyed their video interviews.
I'm involved in swimming and water polo. I'm the captain of those 2 sports, a PTSA historian, a member of National Honor Society, Student Council, and flag crew. I got involved in doing swim whenever I was a little kid. I was horrible at swimming and didn't really know the first thing about it. But over time, I met some great friends and some great coaches, and they really helped me push through and helped me swim, really. My favorite thing about the SEAL program is that I'm able to help kids grow into better swimmers and ultimately better people. One of my favorite things is being able to tell a kid, do this, seeing them perform that action and do better than how they were before, seeing them advance and progress into becoming better swimmers, and that's probably my favorite thing about it. My plans for the future are to go and major in computer science. I don't have a particular college that I'm looking to go, but I'm sure I'll major in computer science either way. I first took interest in computer science whenever I found out the world is becoming more and more computerized. So I wanted to follow that trend and hopefully create something that will help people make life a bit easier. My parents are great. They've helped me the whole way in whatever decision I make. Computer science, swimming, other extracurricular activities, they've always helped me and had my back.
I'm a part of softball. I'm an NHS student council. I'm senior class secretary, Lower Valley Cotillion Club, and PTSA. My dad played baseball when he was younger, so he just decided to put me in it at 3, and I've loved it ever since. Just like the chemistry, the atmosphere, and I've gotten good enough to where I'm going to be playing at the next level for college, so it's exciting to know that I'm good enough at something to excel. My plans after high school are to attend college at Concordia University, where I'll be studying political science, and I will be playing softball for that team as well. I chose political science because my aunt's a lawyer, and I was watching her do all that stuff, and made me realize that that's what I like to do. I like to argue with people sometimes. So I feel like me being the way I am, I like to be right and stuff like that, so I feel like I'd be a pretty good lawyer. My inspiration is definitely my dad. He's been there for me for as long as I can remember. He's done everything for me. He's helped me be the person I am today, and he's a successful person, and that's who I look up to.
So I am currently the president of Student Council. I am also the vice president of the Student Advisory Board, and I'm a member of PTSA National Honor Society, and I was on the varsity volleyball team. So the way I got started with volleyball is I actually went to a middle school camp, and at first I was really nervous, not too excited about it, but my mom reassured me that if I didn't like it, if I didn't fit in, that I didn't have to go back. Well, about 6 years later now, I was a part of the varsity volleyball team for 2 years, libero for 1, and I fell in love with it. So my plans after high school, I plan to attend Texas State University and major in medical laboratory science. And after college, I want to continue my master's in the medical field and potentially study congenital heart defects at a world-renowned hospital. So I've always known I wanted to be in healthcare because of my congenital heart defect. So because of that, it's always been my calling in life, and I've always felt drawn to the medical field because of that. So because of my heart condition, I've had to face many challenges, mostly with sports and my volleyball career. I didn't know if I was going to be able to play volleyball, but instead of facing it with fear and doubt, I took it as a challenge, and I went at my own pace, of course, but I overcame it, and with the support of my parents and my friends and my teammates and coaches, I was able to conquer it and did what I wanted to do, which was play at the varsity level. So the person that has inspired me the most in my life would have to be my mom. She's taught me resiliency. She's taught me what it means to be a true leader. She's never failed to demonstrate how much of a leader she is and instilled that in us. And I am the leader I am today because of her.
I'm the president of NHS, Sentinel of FFA. I'm a member of Student Council, 4-H, PTSA. I'm an altar server at my church. I'm a powerlifter, a varsity basketball player, a varsity track and field runner, and I am a second grade catechist teacher also. The reason why I decided to join powerlifting was because of my whole family.
when my family, aunts and uncles were younger, they were part of their powerlifting team, and my cousins are also part of it. So I was like, oh, maybe I should do this. My plans after high school is to attend UTRGV, and I want to major in nursing, and then eventually go back to school to become a gynecologist. After I become a gynecologist and I retire, since I would have the background of a registered nurse, I was thinking of becoming a travel nurse, and I get to experience of traveling the world and enjoy that retirement and the beauty of the States. My mom inspires me the most because when I was younger, I was shy and I wasn't outspoken, but then she taught me how to be my own person and how to achieve great things and how to be competitive in many sports. And she is the one who told me to join many clubs so that I can make more friends and I can grow as a person and as an individual.
The clubs and organizations that I'm part of is the PTSA, of course. I'm part of the yearbook club as well as our student council. So I enjoy being part of those clubs because it helps me be more involved with the community, of course, and especially the yearbook since I do ask questions to other students as well, so it just helps me get involved with other students as well. My plans after high school is to, of course, go to college at UTRGV. It wasn't my first pick, but of course it is still an amazing school, so I'd of course love to go to UTRGV. After I, graduate from UTRGV, I would like to move towards like a bigger school somewhere in College Station so I can get my doctorate somewhere there. So of course, get my bachelor's and then work on my doctorate somewhere else at UTRGV. The degree I would like to go into is marketing. So of course I already changed my major for UTRGV and everything. I was undecided, but now I'm currently business marketing and with a minor in business administration. I feel like business marketing, you really truly have to be a part of society because of course you got to make posters, you got to make like something that catches somebody's eye, and you got to know like keep up to date with everything. And I'd like to keep up to date with like current events that are happening with the world, of course. So I feel like this would be a very simple and easy job for me, and especially one I'd enjoy since I currently still do it. Honestly, I do look at these celebrities and these people in my life and everything, and honestly I feel like I'm going to go like the simple choice. Like my dad, of course, he just works a lot and stuff. Like he always has food on the table for us and everything. He just works to the point where, of course, like we have everything we need. And I know he works like a very hard job as well. So of course, I'm inspired by him to do better in life.
Okay, so I'm a part of NHS, I'm a part of student council, and robotics. I got interested in robotics by two of my teachers. They both saw what I like to do and that I like to build, and I'm very creative, so they just considered, maybe you should join robotics, and I was like, maybe I should, and so I did, and actually it became one of my passions, and now I actually want to be in the engineering field. For my plans after high school, I want to attend Texas A&M University in College Station, and I want to pursue mechanical engineering. So I got interested in doing mechanical engineering because ever since, even when I was little, my parents would give me little Legos and I would just make whatever I wanted, and now that I'm able to actually build a whole robot and use actual mechanics, like I can use new technologies and I can actually program to make a robot that actually moves, and I just think that's just amazing, and now I want to do that for the future. The people in my life that inspired me are my parents because they've always been supportive of me and my decisions, and they've always been proud of me, and they told me to do my best, so honestly I just wouldn't be here without them.
So some clubs that I'm interested in, or some clubs that I were a part of, was orchestra for consecutive 3 years, NHS, I am in my second year as a senior, and the book club, and also being a part of the youth at my local church. So ever since I was small and younger, my grandmother really influenced me with a lot of instruments, and she would always give me, different rarities to play and try to, see which ones I liked. So when I got into middle school, I was very passionate about orchestra. I really liked that environment and the sound of the strings playing, and it was honestly amazing. My first I first gravitated to the cello because it wasn't too big like the bass and it wasn't too small like the violin, and it suited me pretty well. After high school, I do plan of going to the University of Houston, where I'll pursue a biology degree and go into medical school, using my nursing experience as a foundation for that. In my life, my biggest inspiration is my grandmother. Ever since a very young age, she has always been there for me, always cared for me, and she's always told me, place God as the number one, and He'll be there to guide you. And I truly, honestly believe that. And along with my mother, as a single parent, she has inspired me greatly. She has overcome so many boundaries.
The clubs and organizations that I'm a part of are the Student Advisory Board. So basically we organize events, do things for the student body. It's pretty fun. I'm also the Politics Club parliamentarian. So we basically just do little debates here and there. We talk about world events. I am also student class vice president. So basically I organize prom. That's mainly what we've been working on lately. What initially got me interested in the Politics Club was just that I'm very into what's going on around me. I'm very interested in participating in my community. It's very important to me that I grow up and I learn these types of things and I'm a part of it. My plans after high school is basically to do my basics here at UTRGV and then hopefully transfer to UTSA where I can major in biology so that I can get into my physical therapy programs that I've been applying for. I was interested in physical therapy because I have an uncle who is a physical therapist, and I actually got the opportunity to work with him here at the hospital at Valley Baptist. So when I got into the hospital, I did my first rotation there, and it was super fun. Working with all the patients was amazing, learning all the techniques and everything. It felt like it's what I was meant to do. In my life, the people that most inspire and motivate me are my friends. To me, my friends are my family. Growing up, I didn't have much of that support system, so coming to school and having my friends saying like, oh, I can't wait to go out and do this, it was very inspiring to me. It was like, hey, I want to do that too. I want to have something to be excited about. So I slowly started to go into things like that, and of course my grandparents, they've been a huge help. My grandma is an RN, so I grew up in the medical field, doing things with her at the hospital was pretty inspiring.
Before we begin our photo recognition, I'd like to ask if there are any family members in the audience to stand and be recognized. I'd also like to add, I don't think he's come to a board meeting before to watch his video product come to life, but I want to recognize our talented videographer, Kevin Kimmack, who produces these videos for us.
Great.
So he's right there. We want to thank Harlingen City Council PTA for celebrating our Students of the Month. And on behalf of the organization, I'd like to welcome Elias Ortega and invite him to join Mrs. Fleury and Dr. Noyola for photos. Students, as I call your name, please come forward to the front for a photo. And the first student I'm introducing, she is the team captain of her softball team for Harlingen High School and couldn't be here tonight because it is a Bird Bowl softball night, but let's recognize Andrea Salinas. From Harlingen High School, we also have Joshua Cruz.
Also my swimmer.
Yeah, that's all right.
From Harlingen High School South, we have Patricia Garza. From Harlingen High School South, yes, a round of applause. From Harlingen High School South, we also have Sarai Rodriguez. From Harlingen Collegiate High School, we have Sofia Gonzalez. From Harlingen Collegiate High School, we also have Nathan Santillan. From Harlingen School of Health Professions, we have Victoria Garza. And from Harlingen School of Health Professions, we also have Matthew Martinez. I would like to invite our Board of Trustees to come forward for a group photo. Oh, one more. Family photos next. Keep the smiles.
We think of our Students of the Month as the core of our student body, and they're just exceptional. So thank you so much. Board members, would anyone like to say anything? Any comments? Dr. Noyola, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Powers, did you want to say something? Okay, Dr. Noyola.
No, just as Ms. Fleury said, just thank you so much for the amazing job you do representing our district. So proud of you, know so many of you, and have watched you through the years through our district, and so I'm just proud of all of your accomplishments and how well you continue to represent our school district. So thank you all for that.
You bet.
Madam
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can keep applauding for the students, of course. I want to congratulate the students, the parents, the families, their teachers, everybody. You know, we're very proud of you, all of our students of the month. But I'm going to take the liberty a little bit to congratulate especially my niece Patricia, who's sitting over there. And that video, her video, I was wiping my tears over here a little bit, but I want to just congratulate you and say that I'm very proud of you.
Extra special. Very nice. Yes, Dr. Reiniger?
I just wanted to add my congratulations, and in particular, this group each one of you has a special talent for storytelling. I was very impressed with the way you talked about yourself and your aspirations and how you got here and recognized people in your life that have inspired and supported you, but just beautiful, beautiful job in communicating your story. That's going to take all of you a very long way. So congratulations. It really is a huge honor. You know, there's only so many months and there's only so many students that are recognized in this role. So you are truly outstanding and inspire all of us. So it's a great opportunity for us to learn about you. So thank you. Thank you, parents, and thank you to Brianna and the whole team who puts this together so that we get to learn about these wonderful students.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're just the best. We're just so proud, and we thank you again, parents, for the partnerships that you have with us, and thanks to the PTSA who's done this for so many decades, and mainly thanks to our students and our staff. You know, you all are just the best, the very best. You can see why we love this part of the meeting so much. It's always the highlight of a board meeting. At this time, we will now move to agenda item number 3, which is approval of the minutes for February the 8th, 2022, regular board meeting. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam President, I move that the minutes be approved as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Hymas, any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. At this time, we will move to agenda item number 4, the principal's report, another one of our highlights of the agenda. Jamie Galan, Principal, Bowie Elementary, the outstanding Bowie Elementary.
Good evening. Madam President, Dr. Noyola, board members and senior team, and members of the audience, whoever has left. Since the creation of our leadership definition in 2020, our Experienced Leadership Wheel provides current and aspiring leaders in the district a clear vision and purpose, and solidifies our commitment to excellence and a heart for people. These expectations are what sets us apart from other districts. Good evening, I am Jamie Galan, proud principal of Bowie Elementary, and tonight I will be focusing on innovation, specifically innovation in the classroom. Innovation in the classroom is in direct alignment with the following strategic goals. Goal 1, focusing on individualized learning, resulting in maximum achievement for all students. Goal 3, emphasis on using data that measures all students, using data that measures all students' weaknesses and strengths in order to address their curricular needs. And Goal 4, develop an individualized learning plan for all students. Innovation in education means solving a real problem in a new, simple way to promote equitable learning. With students always being our focus and priority, it is important that we meet the students where they are and build from there. Just as doctors provide their patients a treatment plan based on their symptoms, classrooms are filled with students with different strengths, interests, learning styles, and areas of need. Therefore, it is imperative that teachers use student data to provide students with lessons, activities to meet their needs. These plans are fluid because teachers are constantly assessing their students, adjusting instruction to best meet the need of the student, ultimately adding value to all of our students.
Innovation in the classroom doesn't happen by chance. The role of a leader is to create an environment in which great ideas can happen. A culture of innovation must be cultivated throughout the organization, one that supports risk-taking, reflection, and real collaboration. One must embrace a growth mindset, value the process of change, and be willing to fail forward. This is how we learn and grow. Lastly, one must be reflective and be willing to make adjustments when needed. In addition, the goal and vision must be clearly stated and understood by all. Real collaboration occurs when everyone shares their ideas, values others' perspectives and wonderments, and is open to new perspectives. Additionally, feedback is valued and seen as a means of improvement. Above all, there must be mutual trust and respect throughout the organization. It is important to note, when talking about innovation, there is definitely emphasis on teamwork that is driven by a never-ending commitment to excellence. So now let's talk about planning the work. I would like to begin by sharing that Dr. Hrushka, our blended learning specialist, has been an instrumental part of this journey from day one. Back in 2018, Dr. Hrushka, at that time, was a coordinator for instructional technology and special programs. She came across this incredible grant opportunity provided by Raise Your Hand Texas, Raising Blended Learners. Bowie was identified as one of 2 campuses that would pilot blended learning. In 2019-2020, grant proposals were submitted throughout the entire state. Initially, 75 districts moved on to the next phase, followed by 25 districts, and ultimately 15 grant proposals got funded. HCISD's grant concentrated on second-grade students and iStation instructional tiers. Our data trends were showing that on average, 30% of second-grade students were performing at a Tier 3 instructional level. Our hope was that through the implementation of blended learning, in conjunction with NIHOuse, scientific spelling, and guided reading, our Tier 3 percentage would decrease. We were so excited when we were notified that our proposal had been accepted. I would also like to mention this is a 3-year partnership with Raise Your Hand Texas, which includes training, mentoring, and coaching. Currently, there are only 20 Raising Blended Learners districts throughout the state of Texas. The framework of Raising Blended Learners was founded on the theories and research from Michael Horn, author of the book Blended, Using Disruptive Innovation to Improve Schools. The premise behind the book is to move away from what Michael Horn refers to as the factory model classroom. This is where all the students sit and get the exact same input and are asked to produce the same output. And to move towards creating real change in our schools, one that is centered on students and allows every child to realize his or her full potential. So what is blended learning, right? Blended learning is not a program. It does not come in a box, and it does not come with a script. It is a way of teaching, a process that encompasses teachers working one-on-one and/or small group with students, teachers using classroom technology and data to better understand each student's individual learning level and help guide content and activities that challenge them at their appropriate pace. But most importantly, blended learning encourages student ownership. Students meet with their teacher on a weekly basis to discuss their current progress, their data, and goal setting. There are 5 cornerstones of blended learning. The first cornerstone is assessment and data-driven instruction, which focuses on growth-based assessments such as NWEA and iStation, data-driven instruction, and flexible grouping. Our next cornerstone, personalized instruction, comprises of varied learning experiences, differentiation, individual feedback, and leveraging technology. Next, we have student agency, which encompasses student choice and student voice. Next, we have relationships, which targets relationships with students, peer collaboration, and a sense of purpose. And lastly, we have rigor, which centers around instructional materials,
lessons which are aligned to the state standards, and academic ownership, where students do the thinking in the classroom. Despite our long tradition of academic excellence, our data at Bowie Elementary was still showing 30% of our second grade students performing below grade level on their iStation monthly assessment. Not to mention, these past 2 years have been difficult for those students that were already struggling or required additional accommodations to be successful in the classroom. Their academic gap grew significantly. As a campus, we are focused on student growth because there is always room for improvement. In blended learning, it combines the very best of traditional face-to-face teaching and online instruction. There are various models of blended learning. Since our teachers were well-versed in engaging students in learning centers, we are implementing the blended learning model, station rotations, while incorporating a must-do and may-do playlist. The station rotation model allows students to rotate through stations on a fixed schedule, where at least one of the stations is an online learning station. Other examples of rotation activities might include one-on-one time with the teacher, peer group interactions, teacher-led lessons, or independent study time. At Bowie, we call these stations learning zones. Our learning zones consist of spelling sight words, where we bring in the scientific spelling. We have a NIHouse zone, a reading skills zone, independent zone, and a guided reading zone, which is teacher-led. Additionally, a playlist of must-dos and may-do activities are provided to students through Seesaw. This playlist provides students with choice and voice and a personalized, varied learning experience. Here's an example of the weekly playlist. Think of it as a to-do list for the students. The mustard bottle is a visual of the must-dos. Items on the must-dos are to be completed by the end of the week. The mayo bottle is a visual for the may-dos, and students choose an activity they would like to complete. Some may say data uncovers what is working and what is not working. So now let's dive into data. So on this slide, we're going to focus on the Lexile level, and the Lexile level is their reading ability. So in September, we have Bowie performing at a 150 Lexile, all of our second grade students, and the district is at a 110 Lexile level in September, and that's about the beginning of the year of a first grade. Okay, beginning of the year, first grade. So as we move on, October, November, you can see Bowie is definitely making some gains. December, January, and then February. Bowie is at a 490 Lexile, and the district is significantly below. I will say that I'm super excited and proud of our teachers and students. They work extremely hard setting their goals. They are performing at about the end of the year of second grade already in February. We have grown, our students have grown 340 Lexile points. As we continue, now we're going to look at our iStation tiers. As you may recall, I shared with you that 30% of our second grade students, as well as the district, were performing at Tier 3 level, which is students potentially at risk of reading failure. Not to mention, this is the area of concern. This area of concern was the focus of our blended learning grant. So I'm going to begin with our Tier 1. So these are the students performing at grade level. So I'm showing you Bowie Tier 1 as compared to the district students performing at a Tier 1 for September, October, November, December, and February. Bowie students are performing above the district in our blended learning classrooms. Our Tier 2 students performing moderately below grade level and in need of intervention. These are our Tier 2 students. And then Tier 3. So as you can see, our Tier 3 numbers are decreasing. So we are making some traction with our Tier 3 students. And so this is great. And so now let's look at our NWEA map. And so this is the new assessment that we have in the district. It does measure growth and proficiency. And so the percentage that you're seeing here, 54% of our students have met their expected growth measure from their beginning of the year. Contributing to our campus success, the following are being implemented to support blended learning. Currently, blended learning is in both of our second grade classrooms. On Monday, our 2 blended learning teachers have the opportunity to meet with Dr. Hrushka and have a blended learning PLC. Also, through the grant, we were able to hire a blended learning paraprofessional. Additionally, our LMS is now, her title, Mrs. Lamar, her title is Blended Learning and Literacy Specialist to help support blended learning in our ILC. And Dr. Hrushka is also on campus to provide coaching and support every Monday and Thursday. Next year, the plan is to add first grade, continue with second grade, and move up to third grade because our second graders will be moving up to third grade. So that is the plan. Additional teachers will also participate in the You Teach blended learning course out of Austin this summer. In summary, at Bowie Elementary, we have a long tradition of academic excellence. Please know that we are not abandoning best practices that have contributed to our academic success. On the contrary, we are taking the very best of face-to-face instructional strategies and utilizing data and technology to enhance mastery of the skills, while providing students with individualized prescriptive lessons and activities. Ongoing support for our teachers is critical in implementing blended learning. Within our master schedule, second grade teachers are provided an extra 45 minutes weekly to plan alongside Dr. Hrushka and our blended learning and literacy specialist, Mrs. Lamar. A culture of innovation is practiced and encouraged by our students and our teachers. This year, we are focusing on the following cornerstones: data-driven instruction, personalized instruction, and student agency. The sustainability and success of blended learning is of utmost importance. We are committed to our students, to providing them the very best education and closing the achievement gap. Blended learning makes this feasible. At Bowie, we are backed by data and driven by students. I leave you with this quote from Michael Horn, the author of Using Disruptive Innovation to Improve Schools. Blended learning is the ability to personalize an education for every student's distinct needs so they can find their passion and realize their potential. At this time, enjoy our showcase presentation.
I've been here for 29 years. You have a couple of us that have been here this long, and we don't leave because this campus is like a family. We care about the kids. We really love the kids. We love the families. A lot of us are teaching the kids of kids that we taught. And we have a great leader in Miss Galan. She makes it fun. And she believes in us, and she supports us. And, I believe that staff happiness starts at the top and works its way down. And we're just like a family here.
Blended learning has been great because their I-Station scores have improved drastically throughout the year. And in comprehension, fluency, that's something we needed to work on in the past, and this year I see it just moving, and that blended learning has really helped with them work with that aspect of them growing where they need to be. It is a new way of learning. It's a new way of learning.
It's not the teacher talking most of the time. They are ready, they know what they have to do, they have set their goals, and they know they have a job to do. And every Friday, they know they're going to move forward. So meeting their daily goals is something that we didn't have before. It's just, okay, you learn this, then we test you on Friday, and then next week it's a new thing. Now it's at their own level. It is data driven. The student knows where they are at because of their data, and they set their goals from there on. We have seen a lot of growth, and we've been focusing on our second grade students. And in those classrooms, they're very innovative in that every student has a data binder, and they use that data binder to decide what skill they're going to work on for that day. So it's very personalized, and that is what's led to the growth. Now, the teachers have had to be innovative too, because it wasn't comfortable starting all of this, but now we're into it, the kids are into it, and it's running a lot smoother every day. Nothing new is ever easy. Change is never easy, but I think we all realize that especially with everything that's happened with our kids, we have got to change. We can't stay the same. So as teachers, even though it might make us uncomfortable, we have to be looking for new things to do.
Usually we rotate whenever the timer ends out, and we usually go to a center and we do our things that we do. Usually we spell out words in the centers, and we check in our data binder which folder we are on, and then whatever folder we are on, we use our paper.
The computer's frozen. Just about to talk about how much she loves the program.
At this time, I do want to introduce our trailblazers. We have Mrs. Longoria, one of our second grade and Mrs. Meyer. This concludes my presentation and report.
Great program. We're just
Get started from here. Is that okay?
To work on for that day. So it's very personalized, and that is what's led to the growth. Now, the teachers have had to be innovative too, because it wasn't comfortable starting all of this, but now we're into it, the kids are into it, and it's running a lot smoother every day. Nothing new is ever easy. Change is never easy, but I think we all realize that especially with everything that's happened with our kids, we have got to change. We can't stay the same. So as teachers, even though it might make us uncomfortable, we have to be looking for new things to do.
Usually we rotate whenever the timer ends out, and we usually go to a center and we do our things that we do. Usually we spell out words in the centers, and we check in our data binder which folder we are on, and then whatever folder we are on, we use our paper. And then if we do build, write, and say, then we build the word, then we put it, and then we record ourselves.
Ms. Gallon, we just want to say thank you so much. I'm sure some of my board members might have questions and comments, and so would you mind coming forward? Because we would love to, because Bowie has a history of such excellence, and at this time when we've really had to shift and adjust and start doing things differently so that we can truly be individualizing as we require of ourselves as a district, but also the state is now requiring. You have really brought success to this innovative model. So we've been hearing about blended learning for a long time, but frankly, this is the first in-depth discussion and video that we've seen, and we thank you for the presentation. Thank you very much. I feel far better educated tonight, and that's the purpose of what you're doing. So thank you very much. It looks like it's an extraordinarily effective program, says an old first grade teacher. So board members, do any of you want to ask any questions or do you have any comments? Yes, Dr. Pettis?
If I may, if I can call my teachers up
Oh, certainly,
to
please.
kind of join me.
Certainly. We're happy to have you. Here come the pros, right? Here are the experts. We're delighted.
We are the
Yes.
learners as well.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm fascinated by the program, and like Ms. Fleurier, just thank you for the in-depth look at it so that we could see how you're using technology and your own individualized attention on the student and then data to drive the decisions. That you made it really, really clear. And I guess I just, I set everything that you're doing in the context of the pandemic, right? And the fact that we know that we've got students who have been impacted by the pandemic and the growth that we've got to get under them and then continue to move them forward. So what a terrific program to be facing. Just the complications of that and the support that we want to provide our students. I had a question on two things, just because I'm interested in it. There was kind of an interesting pattern where you showed your tier 1, 2, and 3 slide, and your tier 2, like in January or in February, had a big bump up of tier 2 students. And I was wondering, is that because the tier 3s kind of moved to tier 2 at that point?
Yes, so ideally, you want to see that if they're on tier 3, that they move up to tier 2 and eventually move up
And
to
then
tier
to tier
1.
one. So
Yes,
that's-
so that's where you saw the decrease in tier 3, and so that's what we want to see. We want to see the decrease in tier 3.
Yes.
Because more students are performing at a tier 2
At a
and
tier
a tier
2.
1.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Yeah, so I was thinking, okay, that must be the shift that we're
Yes,
seeing there.
And that's the traction that we're hoping to see.
Right. Moving towards that, the stepping stones. And then the other, I think it was the next slide, was like growth for the year, and 54%, I think it was 54 or 56, had met growth at mid-year. And so if you could just say a little bit more about that, does that mean that like they've met the growth expected for the full year and they've already met it at mid-year, or is it
So with
something different?
NWEA, which is our new assessment that we are administering this year, at the beginning of the year, it is an adaptive assessment. So at the beginning of the year, they take it and then they give you an expected growth measure for them. And then middle of the year, they take it again to see whether or not they have met the growth or exceeded it. And so we had 50% of our
So
students.
50% had already met their
growth,
goal.
And so
you
then
still
at middle of the
have-
year, then they set another goal.
Oh, okay, so it just keeps going then. Very good. Very good. Thank you for, again, just interested in your data and what you said, but congratulations on, I know as a district, we look at these kinds of programs and we say, well, this is an opportunity, right? Let's see what we can do with this school and with these students, and then when it's working, then we're going to grow it. And so I was glad to see your growth plan, and I'm sure Dr. Noyola has other growth plans that we'll learn about too on this. So thank you.
thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Dr. Pettis?
Yes, please. So, Jamie, thank you. Great presentation. A few questions just to bring more clarity to sort of, I'm curious because your numbers are, I guess, pretty impressive in terms of the growth rate and then in comparison to the district as well. I'm curious as to the Lexile testing mechanism and what does that actually test for? Is that knowledge? Is that, reading level, ability to think critically? Is it problem solving? What exactly does it test for?
So it's based on their monthly iStation assessment, and so it's really their reading ability and comprehension, and so that's the Lexile level. And so when they take iStation, there's a lot of little subsets within that, and then based on how they score on those subsets, then it gives them their reading ability, their Lexile level.
Okay. And then as far as you're aware, as far as your students at Bowie compared to the district, or is there a statistical significance in terms of reading at grade level or above grade level? Are you sort of doing better than the non-blended learning sort of schools?
Well, based on the data and what the data is showing us, we are making significant gains as compared to other campuses that are not doing the blended learning. I will say that within our learning zones, we are still implementing a lot of the same programs that are being implemented throughout the district, such as the NIHOUSE program, scientific spelling, and guided reading. Those we do with Fidelity.
So this is in addition to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then another question, so maybe.
And I think, I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt, I think the biggest piece is that goal setting, because all of the students are at different reading abilities. And so to our strugglers up to our high achievers, they set their own goals by conferencing with the teachers, and then at guided reading, they are reading at their reading level and building from there. So they're just constantly improving.
So was this done sort of intentionally because of best practices, or was this done to sort of as an intervention for the learning gaps that you were seeing? I'm just curious.
So we applied for, the district applied for this grant pre-pandemic because it's best practices and because we know that, as Mrs. Lamar shared, we have to change the way we do things because our students come with different struggles, and so we definitely need to meet them where they're at. So it was pre-pandemic, and then when COVID hit, we definitely saw the gap grow. And so we said, oh, this is great, that it could not have come in a better time.
Awesome. Well, great presentation. I'm really proud of the work you're doing. My question now, I guess, for Dr. Noyola, how many, aside from Jamie's campus, how many other campuses are we doing this blended learning? And can you help us understand sort of, it sounds like it's something we should try to scale up, right? And so can you kind of help me understand kind of where your thinking is on this right now? Yeah.
Sure. And so originally when we went through this grant application, we knew the value of what blended learning could bring. But we have to make sure that we implement it well and we implement it with fidelity. And so in the original grant, we applied for 2 campuses to carry this out. Certainly they will be evolving it into their other grade levels. But we also, as we move forward, we're evolving it across our district. We will have a little over 150 teachers next year that will be going through the training as well, some that are going through it now, so that we can continue to scale. Certainly Jamie's campus and Stewart Place, which is the other campus that's implementing, those are our model sites. Those will be where our teachers, the rest of our school district will go to make sure that they're doing it right and that they're doing it with fidelity. So our goal is really to scale. Now, I do want to point out that across our district, every campus is using NIHOUSE. They're using guided reading, all of the things that we heard earlier tonight. Now, we have seen tremendous growth across our district with just those programs. In fact, across the district, our growth exceeds the expected growth in every campus across our district. So tremendous growth happening, period, above what is expected, but we're seeing the added dimension that blended learning can bring when we can structure that work in the classrooms, when we're doing the stations, and more importantly, to Jamie's point, when we're working individually with students to set those goals. And how do I continue to exceed that? Kids love a challenge. And so I've seen it all the time where the kids are wanting to know, how did they do? Because they have that goal in mind. And so a lot of the work that's going to take blended learning and our district to the next level is that student agency piece, where we make that student a part of that learning process and helping them understand where they're at and where they need to be. So super excited at the work that's happening there, but really what the future of the district will look like with this teaching strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a model and a program suited to sort of interaction, collaborative learning sort of space, and it seems like it's sort of a platform that triggers a love of learning in the students. It just seems inherent to that because of the different aspects involved and the individualized aspect of it and the student choice part of it, the student agency piece. It just seems pretty pretty amazing. So I think we should keep experimenting and seeing how we can keep getting it better and better, and then keep tracking how we're doing and spread it across more campuses. So thank you very much for that.
Mrs. Longoria brought up a good point that I failed to mention is the social emotional part of this is because students are setting their goals and because they're seeing the growth and the progress that they're having. My goodness, you should see the confidence in those students, across the board. I go in, what are you working on? Look, let me show you what I can do. Let me show you. This is what I've mastered. And so that makes all of the work and all of the planning so worth it. Just seeing those kiddos able to communicate what they're able to do and explain their goals. So that is a huge piece.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, the board members, I would just like to comment that for so long, educators have struggled across the United States to find an effective way to individualize. And in agreement with Dr. Pettis and Dr. Roniger, it really does, it's really beginning to show that this is what we have been seeking for a very long time. And I think it is the blend, it is the individualization, but it is the choice and the buy-in. And this is an extraordinary program, and I want to commend the leadership of the district for bringing it here initially, for giving us this chance, for selecting campuses where it had an opportunity to grow and thrive. And also, Dr. Noyola, thank you for your plan that we're really going to be exploding with this as we move from 2 campuses to 150 teachers to ultimately, no doubt, throughout the district. So commendations all around. And thank you very much. Thanks, too, for bringing real clarity to us about this.
Have a good
Thank you. Congratulations, Bowie, one more time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Board members, we move now to agenda item number 5. Mrs. Leffner, are there public comments for agenda topics?
Madam President, there are no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. Leffner, are there public audience for non-agenda topics? Do we have anyone who is signed for that?
Madam President, Mr. Ron Lozano has requested a public audience for the non-agenda topic titled Integrity.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lozano, you're certainly welcome, and we're delighted that you're here. I am required to read this for any individual who is speaking for this topic, which is public audience for non-agenda topics. So please, if you will allow me to do so, we would then be delighted to hear your remarks. The next item on the agenda is public audience for non-agenda topics, which is the time for members of the audience to address the Board of Trustees. Let's see, then it talks about virtually, which we are not doing right now. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public audience for non-agenda topics. Anyone who wants to speak during public audience for non-agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the non-agenda subject they wish to discuss. All speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Any public testimony speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If a group of people want to be heard on the same topic, the board asks that they designate a spokesperson to avoid needless repetition. The board shall allot no more than 30 minutes for speakers on items not on tonight's agenda. Please keep your comments or criticisms civil and courteous. Please also avoid using profanity and refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In the event your comment in the judgment of the presiding officer constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt and ask you to stop and direct you to proceed with the school district's formal grievance procedures, or to have the item heard in executive session depending on the nature of the complaint. If a speaker is seeking board resolution of a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance process, which can be found online and include policies DGBA, FNG, and GF. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration office. At this time, I will ask Mrs. Scoggin to keep time for us as indicated. Thank you very much. And our speaker tonight is Mr. Ron Lozano.
Thank you. It has been an impressive final presentation, and I don't know if alumni from Bowie are still welcome, but I made it out of there, and I enjoyed it. As noted at the onset, and I'm so glad that the last member to join the meeting, because he was there when the earlier comments I made about STAR, and we finally ferreted out that basically about a third is the component, this figure of 35 out of 100. Having grown up with an actual educator, that's a very dismal number. If I had gone home with a report card that said 35, I don't know that I would have gotten inside the house. But be that as it may, Mr. De Leon knows through comments that we had this month that my dad still honors honesty. And I appreciate your forbearance on that. And he imbues integrity, as Greg has already alluded to this evening. He was not after retention of power. Rather, as an educator for 35 years, coincidentally, he was after the best interests of the kids. And I'm not referring to having a lack of kids as being the barometer of striving to be good mentor for them. No, that word may not be in somebody's vocabulary because its foundation is truth. But that's what children see, truth, with their own eyes. And if you don't possess truth, like one of these members, then you can't convey it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. At this time, we will move to the approval of consent calendar. Do I hear a motion?
President, I move that we approve the consent calendar as submitted tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving to agenda item number 8, matters relating to transformation and school support. And Dr. Noyola, please, will you lead us in that discussion?
Thank you, Mrs. Fleury, board members, senior administration, and audience. So tonight you heard our presentation for Bowie Elementary, which at our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, March 1st, it really was a precursor to what you heard tonight. We had 2 presentations. The first presentation was done by Lori Romero, our Assistant Superintendent for Elementary Education. Her alongside Ronnie Gonzalez spoke to how we are using NWEA MAP data to really guide us as we move forward. You heard Mrs. Galan speak about MAP growth being one of those data measures that we are utilizing in our classrooms, really to identify and focus on the progress that our students are making. We heard quite a bit about where our district is. I will say that I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. We are actually seeing tremendous growth across our district. We had expected about this point in time a 65 lexile growth. We are actually at 146 lexile growth for our district as a whole. And so tremendous growth that we're seeing in our students. And so that NWEA map, based on the data and information that we have, all the research, there's a strong correlation between that program and STAR. And so we're excited at the growth that we're seeing. And so we heard Lori and Ronnie speak to the data that's coming from that and how it will guide our work moving forward. And so we continued that information along into the second topic, which was also done by Lori Romero, but in addition to assists from Tanya Garza as well as Jessica Rushka. And so both ladies actually spent their time talking about blended learning. And so we heard some work on that last week, how we are using those class breakdown reports that are coming from NWA to guide the work. But then we got to see through a video the blended learning in action. And so there was quite a bit of those visuals of what our students are doing through station rotations. And so at the elementary, we talked about how our kids are circulating through station rotations to be able to receive some of that individualized learning, but also what it can look like at the secondary level where we're talking about flipped classrooms. So as we move forward, we'll continue to do the work that we see is paying off for our students, really focusing on those cornerstones that were shared tonight between the data-driven instruction, the personalized learning, and the student agency being the first three that we're spending quite a bit of focus on this year, and really just escalating or scaling it across our entire district. So tremendous work happening. We hope that as we continue to expand this work, that we will be able to continue bringing that back to our board. As well as continuing our focus around data and how that continues to drive what we do in our district. Dr. Muniz chairs our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting. He is not with us, but Dr. Reiniger, I know that you joined us at that meeting, and so if you if there's anything else that you would like to add with regard to that presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Yes. I think the takeaway message of this particular meeting and really all of the meetings that are around transforming teaching and learning is just that the data-driven nature of our decisions, the way we're implementing curriculum, the way that we are looking with demonstrable steps to individualize learning is paying off. Right, we're just seeing it time and time again. The district is making the right choices for the students, and we're seeing it in the data results. So it's really, again, congratulations. Thank you for your leadership in this area. Thank you for the teams that you put together who are, implementing the alphabet soup, WEMA. I'm not going to get it right, but it's working, and that's what's really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from the board members? If not, thank you so much, ladies, and we move to agenda item number 9, which is matters relating to curriculum and instruction. Presiding officer, again, please. Let's see. Let's go with number 9A. And, consideration for approval of out-of-state travel for Harlingen High School JROTC students to attend the 2022 U.S. Army Drill Team Nationals and National High School Drill Team Championships on April the 14th through the 16th in Daytona Beach, Florida. Nationals. Welcome, please, Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Gonzalez. We are delighted to have you here. Thank you for your patience in waiting. This is very important.
Good evening, board members, Madam President, Mrs. Fourier, Superintendent, Dr. Noyola, and your senior team, staff, and audience.
Before we begin, we wanted to actually show you all a TikTok that Alyssa Ramirez, our social media specialist, made, showcasing the group, so that you all can get a sneak peek of how talented they are and how excited they are for what they're doing.
Ma'am, the Harlingen Cardinal JROTC Blackguard Armed Drill Team and our JROTC instructors, Sergeant First Class Mario Gonzalez and myself, are appearing before you tonight to request permission to travel to Daytona Beach, Florida from April 11th through the 19th, 2022, to compete at the United States Army JROTC Drill Nationals 2022, the 2022 High School Drill Team All Services Championships, and the 2022 National JROTC Fitness Challenge Championships. The United States Army Headquarters decided to nominate and send the best drill teams in the United States to represent and compete at the Nationals in Daytona Beach, Florida. Harlingen High was nominated for 8 years in a row, and again being the only school representing South Texas. Our goal this year is to bring home the top prize at Nationals, which is grand champions. This commitment is evidence of the pride and devotion our cadets have for their JROTC unit, our high school, school district, and the city of Harlingen. It is evident that they have distinguished themselves as the best of the best. With your support and approval, please accept this request to attend the United States Army JROTC Drill Nationals 2022, the 2022 High School Drill Team All Services Championships, and the 2022 National JROTC Fitness Challenge Championships. We will continue this Cardinal JROTC legacy and motto, Cardinal Spirit Never Dies, subject to any questions the board might have.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? I bet we have about 6 people in here who are excited to make a motion. Who goes first? Nolan?
Move approval as presented. Thank you very much for being here.
Second.
And seconded. Thank you so much, Dr. Pettis, and thank you so much. Do we have any discussion from board members?
I have one discussion point. Congratulations also on your beautiful and academically talented daughter being recognized tonight as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Little off topic, but had to get that in there.
Thank you. Any other comments? We shall proceed to vote. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Oh, my goodness. Bon voyage. Bon voyage. Oh, we know that you will make this district as proud as you always do, and we are so excited. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share with you the fact that I've had an opportunity to have a couple of discussions with this fabulous leader here, and we would be hard-pressed to find anyone more enthusiastic about the group with whom he works, and he has every expectation that they will excel. And whatever you bring back or don't, we know that you will bring pride to this district, and we have all the confidence in the world. Have a wonderful trip. Wonderful trip. Be sure you let us know how it goes.
That's right. We want to know. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Tell the students that we love the video, please.
Yes.
That was super. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. And now consideration for approval of adoption of the 2022-2023 school district calendar, and presented by, once again, may I say, with pride, Dr. Veronica Corton.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, what was the name?
Wasn't that, that's hard,
Dr.
doctor, right, yeah.
Let's see if this doctor can get this little video up here. We're going to try this again. Madam President, board members, Dr. Nayola, administration, and audience. Here we go. Maybe. I'm here this evening to bring forward a recommendation for calendar adoption. I'm going to talk very briefly about our process. This year, as with every year, we wanted to make sure that we collected feedback from different levels and different layers of our organization. And so every year, our calendar development started with that. And so this year, we were able to do a thought exchange where we collected information from various groups within our district to ask a little bit about what's working with the calendar and features that they may want us to consider. So once we did that, we put together a pretty large calendar development committee and started developing the options and sent that off to campus voting. So our voting for the calendar every year is only our campus personnel. So I want to talk a little bit about the features of our calendar options. All of our calendar options had our innovative days, our innovative instructional days. Those were brand new this year. And because of the traction that we gained and because we were able to have another opportunity to have personalized learning days, we left those as part of our calendar. I do want to talk about the other two items. Instructional planning days. Part of our leadership definition, we know that we have a huge commitment to excellence. And so our instructional planning days are part of that. In our calendar options this year, we had 2 days that were designated as instructional planning days. As we have gone throughout the district, we keep hearing from our teachers and from our campus administrators that planning time is essential. You heard earlier a little bit about blended learning, and we have a cohort, a very healthy cohort of blended learning teachers and just teachers that are closing the gap in various ways. So in our proposed calendar options, we had instructional planning days. They're different from professional development days in that it's intently focused on instructional planning. Then lastly, if you think about Heart for People, developing self and others is critical. And so as we continue, we are going to bring something different into our programming this year, where we will have a professional development exchange day. That's 1 day designated as a professional development exchange day. It will be in January. And that day will have voice and choice for adults to designate different areas of growth that they're wanting to engage in. And so the whole concept is that if you are going to go out and seek professional development, you can take those hours as long as it's out of your work calendar, but you take those hours and you apply them to 1 day that we have designated for professional development exchange day. That will be 1 day for the whole district. So what we're going to start working on is certainly sharing this with our campus principals, but beginning with this summer all the way through the fall, they'll have the opportunity to designate professional development that they want to seek out or that we offer in the district that will be applied towards that day in January. Very healthy voting again this year, over 1,200 votes, which is a huge, huge success for us. You see there that it's pretty balanced between elementary and secondary. And option 2 was the one that had the highest number of votes this year. So here's a look at option 2. I'm not going to go through every single part of the calendar, but we do have a couple of things that are familiar to our district. Labor Day is a holiday. We also kept the Thanksgiving holiday as a long week. Our thought exchange, they said by and far, yes, please keep the week at Thanksgiving, so we did that. We also made sure that our semester ends prior to the Christmas break. We know that that's the best, academically, that's the best for our students, and so their semester will end prior to the Christmas break. You see there that we do end a little earlier than typical. However, we don't come back until January the 9th. That gives families enough time to get ready for the holidays and then also get ready for that transition back in. And I do want to point out that January 16th is actually the day that we have designated as the Professional Development Exchange. What that means is that for our campus personnel, if they work towards earning that time for that day, then they don't need to come in for that day because they've already front-loaded that time. So that's something really, and we've done flavors of that in the past. If you remember when we did that big shift for the start of the 2020-21 school year, we did something similar to that, and it was a huge success. So as you look at the rest of that calendar, we are going to have a spring break that's aligned to the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show. We know that's important for our families. Good Friday and the Monday after Easter are holidays for our district. And then we close our year before the Memorial Day weekend, which our last day of school is May 26th. And so those are the highlights of our calendar for the year. I do want to point out that I want to thank all of our campus personnel for casting their votes because they always need to make sure that their voice is heard with the calendar. Before I move into the recommendation for approval, any questions or any feedback on the calendar option?
Go back to your calendar, would you please? There you go.
Yes, sir.
On December the 22nd, is that students are in or out?
They're out. That's actually a work day for our teachers.
I wonder why it wasn't green, so, but okay.
Yes, and actually because the semester closes, that gives us time to close up with the teachers as well on that day.
Dr. Corton?
Yes, sir.
I do like the way I'm noticing every single month there's a day off somewhere for them, and I like that. So it kind of breaks it. So every month, even the month of February, they have a day, even though it's an instructional planning day, they don't have the kids there. So I think that's a great plan that you have on this.
Sure, and that was one of the things that came through with the thought exchange. Our teachers enjoy having one day, whether it be instructional planning or the day off. They need a day to really focus on themselves and to get ready for, whatever instruction that they have. So, I love having the feedback ahead of time because we hand that to the committee. We say, here you go, here it is, and then they create some pretty great options.
Like it.
Any other questions?
So with that, yes, sir?
No, I was going to just say, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for approval to consider the adoption of 22-23 school district calendar as presented by Dr. Veronica Corton.
Second the motion.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Dr. Corton. Actually,
Mr. De Leon and Dr. Wenger?
yes, that's correct. Mr. De Leon and Dr. Roniger, thank you very much. And now we move to item number 10, matters relating to business services, the internal audit quarterly report presented by Nellie Ledesma. Please.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Neola, senior administration, and audience. The Policy Audit Committee and I met earlier today, and we heard the following 12 audit reports. An audit of bus and vehicle shop parts, a special activity fund audit for Lamar Elementary, for Treasure Hills Elementary, Travis Elementary, and Zavala Elementary, an audit of compensatory time, an audit of bid files, an audit of state compliance of limited English proficient student records, an audit of state compliance of special education eligibility, an audit of state compliance of at-risk coding procedures and student eligibility, a special activity fund audit, an audit of state compliance of career and technical education student eligibility, and an audit of state compliance of college, career, and military readiness student classification. These reports were discussed in detail with the audit committee and other board members present, and I am here to answer any questions that you may have, unless Ms. Fleurier or Dr. Reininger would like to elaborate on what we discussed.
Thank you. Any questions? Dr. Reininger, since you were there, you have any comments?
I don't have any questions pertaining to that because unfortunately I wasn't there, but my respective colleagues were, and I'm sure they asked all the right questions on that. But I do have a comment that's kind of a little side to that. We're strategizing with COVID and everything that's happening, and we're hearing all the scenarios with kids in the classroom. But and maybe it's been addressed, and I apologize, I wasn't in the meeting. But during this COVID time, and now that we're still in it, maybe not as bad as it was, in 2020. But are you equipped, Nellie, with the staffing to accommodate what's going on right now? Is it something that maybe you're needing some additional assistance, or
No,
is it?
we've got it covered. We've been, we can zoom in, or we're just going by, and doing some samples, random samples. So I think we've got it covered.
Okay.
We're protecting ourselves, but still being out there and making our presence known.
Okay, just know that if you're ever needing, and I know that one of the positions, one of the very few positions that goes directly to the board is the auditor. So, Madam President, just for the record, if you're ever needing anything, please reach out to our superintendent, Dr. Noyola, and obviously our president that is chairing everything. But just if you ever need anything, let us know, because we want to make sure that you have the sword and the shield to be able to keep it out there and making sure that everything is running effectively, because this is a huge ship, and we need to make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and the position that you have and what you do is extremely important, and we depend on your feedback and what you see. So just know that we're here for you, and any way that we can help you out, you let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ron, did you want to say
Sure,
anything?
I'll thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Nellie, for you and your team's work. You know, I think my takeaway message from your report, you know, no findings across the board, a whole variety of audits on a variety of topics is kind of what we talked about in that audit report, is that the system is working. Right, that the checks and balances are in place, that the system is prepped for your audits so that they're checking themselves, they're making sure that they're holding themselves to the highest standard. And then when we get to the audits, policies and procedures are being followed and they're in place. So it was really very, very comforting in the sense that we know the system is working. And so I congratulate Dr. Nayola, the business department, the whole leadership team, and thank you, Nellie, for your very hard work on this.
And I'd just like to, echo that and to remind the board that I believe Nellie said there were 12 reports we had tonight. There was not one single finding in any one. So kudos to the leadership of the school district, kudos to the departments, kudos to the campuses. And as Dr. Noyola, I thought wisely remarked, it really does make a difference, to Mr. De Leon's point, that we do have a very capable internal auditor, because that has, since Nellie has been with us, we have just raised the standard in every area, to the point that we have 12 reports and there's not a single finding in any one. So it was excellent. Thank you very much, Nellie. We appreciate all that you do very much. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we move to an approval item, consideration for approval of the amended order of election and the notice of trustee election. Mr. Julio Cavazos, please.
Flourier, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 10B is approval of amended order of election and notice of trustee election. We are amending the election order and the notice to include some new polling places. As per our discussion at the last board meeting, we're adding Treasure Hills Elementary, Stewart Place Elementary, and also the Harlingen Arts and Heritage Museum as election day polling sites. We're also including Harlingen City Hall and the Harlingen Convention Center as early voting sites, for the May 7th election. Again, the terms of Greg Powers, Place 3, and Eladio Jaimes, Place 7 are up for election on May the 7th. We recommend approval on these changes.
Thank you very much. What is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to move approval of the amended order of election and notice of trustee election as recommended by administration.
Second.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roniger and Mr. De Leon. Is there any discussion? Are there any questions? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item number C is consideration for approval to award the contract for legal services RFQ number LGLS 0122, and that again is led by Mr. Julio Cavazos, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Fleury, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 10C is consideration and approval of legal services. We went out for requests for qualifications for legal services on December 17th, 2021. We did receive 2 proposals on January the 18th. We ranked the proposals and interviewed the 2 firms. Interview committee consisted of Dr. Joseph Villarreal, Lori Romero, Debbie Scoggins, Shane Stewart, Oscar Tapia, Ramon Mendoza, and myself. We are recommending the top-ranked proposal of Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Kyle, and Robinson. They have a total of 59 attorneys with offices in Harlingen, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, and Irvine. Again, we're recommending to go with the highest-ranked proposal, which is Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Kyle, and Robinson. Be glad to answer any questions the board members might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cavazos. Is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reiniger. Any questions? Discussion.
Just a question. How long we've been with Walsh Anderson now?
We have been with Walsh Anderson probably a good 15 years. It's been a while.
So, and I think You know, I don't know if we've had this discussion before in open session or not. I just want to find out, do you know if they're standard practice as most of these types of services, standard practice when you select, when you're sticking with sort of a company that's been working with that long, are they planning on sort of cycling off the lead agent that's going to deal with the district?
Yeah, we haven't had that discussion with them, but we can certainly have that discussion pending a recommendation from the superintendent and the board.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that's best practices. It also gives you a fresh set of eyes and also gives you fresh attention and a different focus. And I think that it's just something that we ought to really consider.
Sure.
Nothing against our current lead agent. And obviously, we see different members and different teams at different times, which is great. But I just think that these things are best practices for a reason. And going back to sort of the audit compliance and that risk management type of thing, it really is important from that type of from nothing else, from a public perception of just having a fresh set of eyes and a new perspective and that kind of stuff. So I would just be in favor of considering that.
Sure.
Again, nothing against our current. They've served us very well, and it's a great company, and they are good at what they do. So I just something to consider just from a best practices standpoint. So.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have 59 attorneys on staff, so yeah, we can absolutely talk to them about rotating, that.
Any other comments? Okay, proceed to vote on the motion for approval. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item D, consideration for approval to award construction services contract for the Harlingen CISD Early Childhood Development Academy, bid number CNST 0222. Mr. Cavazos.
Thank you, Ms. Fleury, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 10D is consideration approval of construction contract for the Early Childhood Academy. We did solicit proposals and received 4. The ranking committee met and ranked the proposals, and we're recommending the top rank offer of Hochimont Ltd. The total base bid was at $1,113,000. Their calendar days to complete is 180 days. Again, we're recommending the top rank offer of Hochimont Construction Company.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'd like to, what's the name of them?
Hochimont. They're the ones that did the Transition Academy.
Okay. Oscar, have you worked with them much, or?
Well, they did the
Transition.
Vernon renovations as well, one of the phases.
You've been real pleased with them?
Yes, and the architect has also worked with them on another project.
They've been around the valley a long time, or?
Not a long time, I would say maybe, 10 years?
Yeah, probably about 10 years.
Are they local?
Out of the McAllen office.
Any other questions? What is the pleasure of the board, please? This is a motion item.
I move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Second by Mr. Hines. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 11, matters relating to district operations. Agenda item A, consideration for approval of allowance expenditure authorization number 8 for the Treasure Hills Elementary Phase 2 additions and renovations project. Mr. Tapia, please.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Noel, and colleagues. This agenda item is an allowance expenditure for the Treasure Hills Phase 2, number 8. It's the last one that we have on the books right now with our architect. And it's an accumulation of several small items, and the biggest item being a change in the standing seam metal roof systems for the canopies and part of the roofing of the new additions. And this was discussed in detail at the last Facilities Committee meeting. We do recommend approval. The architect has reviewed it, we reviewed it, and the Betterment Fund will still be left with about $63,700. So if we don't use that the next time around, we'll credit that back to our project, to the district. So at this time, we recommend approval. I'll also entertain any questions you may have.
Questions? Is there a motion?
Madam President, make a motion for approval of the allowance expenditure authorization number 8 for the Treasure Hills Elementary Phase 2 additions and renovations projects as represented by administration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. No further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item number 11B, consideration for approval of granting the easement and right-of-way conveyance to AEP Texas Company to install an underground electrical line on district property at the Early Childhood Center. Mr. Tapia, please.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Noyola, and colleagues. For the new project that we're going to be doing for the Early Childhood Center, where we're doing some additions for restroom bump outs to the classrooms, there is an underground electrical line that needs to be relocated, disconnected because it is active, and it goes to a transformer on the southwest side that feeds the lights to the parking lot back over there by the baseball field. So we need to kill that line, and AEP has recommended how to reroute overhead with a line that's about 15 feet away, and then drop by the pole that's by the transformer and then go underground about 30 feet. But they need an easement in order to do that work, so we're recommending conveyance of this easement right away to AEP, and we got a engineer to do the meets and bounds, description and a drawing, and a conveyance instrument that needs to be signed in order for us to grant the easement. So we need approval so Dr. Noyola can sign it and take it back to them, have them sign it, and then we can start the work. So we recommend approval.
How wide of an easement is it?
This is a 10-foot utility easement.
That's it?
It's only about 30 feet long.
20 by 30, that's it?
10.
10 feet?
10 feet wide by 30 feet long.
30 feet long? Wow. I move for approval.
Madam President?
Any other question? I'm sorry.
I was saying I'm going to recuse myself from.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Hymas is abstaining. Thank you very much.
Second the motion.
I'm sorry, did you move?
I think
Greg moved.
Bowers moved and I seconded.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All those, is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we move to our Facilities and Safety Committee report. Mr. Tapia?
Yes, Madam President, members of the board and colleagues. We had a Facilities Committee meeting March 1st. The first item discussed was an update on the ESSER funds. We have a couple of phases. In the first phase, we ordered some units in-house via buy board, so those are in order, and we gave the dates of delivery timelines at the Facilities Committee meeting. The second phase is we're hiring 3 engineers to do 3 separate projects. We broke it up in 3 pieces because these were pretty good-sized projects. So we've negotiated fees with the engineers. We're working with the attorneys on the contracts, and we've already signed a couple of them. We're waiting for the last one, and then we'll begin design work. The other one is roof and doors and windows work, and we've given that to 2 architects as well. We've negotiated fees and also working on the contracts so that design can start. Those are all ESSER funded from the federal funds, stimulus money. And then we gave an update on the TRE projects, the Harlingen Collegiate High UTRGV, just some last incomplete items that they're still trying to finish, and some punch list work. The additional fume hood was installed in that second science room that we approved that change order sometime back. So we're almost done with those last remaining little items. Treasure Hill, same thing. We've accepted all the phases and finalizing some punch list items there as well. So we should complete that in the next few weeks. The golf station is complete. We closed out the project and released final payment. Kids are already using it. The high school greenhouses are completed. We are doing some plumbing work with in-house with our maintenance guys for the sprinkler system. Bogus Field Stadium field work is about 90% complete. They're working on the turf and they're working on the logos and putting in the sand and the pellets so they can complete that work. They've given us a date of March 20th. We have had some weather delays, but they've moved the date back a couple of weeks, and then they'll be finished. Early Childhood Center, we just approved the bid right now. We had 4 proposals. We ranked them and we presented them to this board for approval. Change orders, we just approved the allowance expenditure number 8 for Treasure Hills. And then Mr. Julio Cavazos gave a report for the construction funds and financial reports. And also this last meeting was held at Treasure Hills, and there was a tour of the facility from the committee to see all the new school, which it is practically a new school, just the cafeteria. Kitchen was the only thing that wasn't touched. Everything else is brand new or renovated. The 4th and 5th grade classrooms got some renovations, so the rest of the campus is brand new. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Powers for any questions.
I just want to, well, first of all, just comment that, once again, ESSER funding is a true blessing for this district. It opens up so many more possibilities for projects that I've always wanted to do, and we'll be able to accomplish those. And is there going to be another phase of that?
It's actually, it's a 3-year grant, so we have 3 years to spend those dollars, and we've earmarked a little bit over $15 million towards those projects.
Wow, okay, thank you. The main thing I want to comment on is Treasure Hills. I mean, somebody made a comment during the visit that, we were so smart, so wise as it looks, looking back, that we kept that campus where it is. We didn't sell it and try to put a new location. It is absolutely phenomenal. The design that went into that school, the planning, I was just amazed. It is a brand new campus. You walk through that. I mean, there's one phase, it's the old school, but it accommodates present day learning. That's what I took away from it. And I compliment Mike Alex. I think his team did a great job. Oscar, you guys did a great job supervising it. Parking plentiful, classrooms first class, designed for today's learning. Just the environment of the school is so encouraging. I mean, it really makes you, it's enthusiastic. And so I'm just so proud of it. I hope we can take a lot of our community people to see this school. The problem is we need to do it in a lot of other schools too. So that, and hopefully things like ESSER will allow those opportunities down the road. But just a really, if you weren't able to make it, you need to get with Alicia and try to set up a tour to go see it, because it really is something. Other than that, I mean, everything's just moving along. And Oscar, we're glad to have you back. And so thanks a lot for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you so much. It was extraordinary, and what a team we do have. So we're very grateful, Oscar. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, we move to adjournment to closed or executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, for the following purposes. A, discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff. B, discuss approval of Harlingen CISD administrators' contracts for 2022 and 2023. At this time, we are in executive session. 9:45 or 10:45?
10:45. Let's see,
Okay.
10:46.
Okay. Are we ready? Okay. It is 10:46 this evening, and we are reconvening into open session for action on matters discussed in executive session. Item A, consider employment of teachers and other professional staff. What is the pleasure of the board, please?
Madam President, I make a motion to approve the teachers and other professional staff as discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Ms. Hunt.
Motion?
Thank you. Dr. Pettis, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Item B, consider approval of Harlingen CISD administrators' contracts for 2022-2023.
Madam President, I move approval of the Harlingen CISD Administrator's Contract for 2022-2023.
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.